imagine that. And it's all because I heard you say, and it's all because I walked your way. And I heard you say, I heard you say, and I heard you say, I heard you say, and I heard you say, I heard you say, I heard you say, I heard you say. Just an ordinary day till you came around. I had my head straight and sound, and they told me that just an ordinary day till you came around, and now my life's on the bounce, just like that.
I heard It's been a long time since I had someone like you. It's been a long time, yeah, since somebody treated me good. I give it to you. I give it to you, boy. I give it to you. I give it to you, baby. I give it to you. I give it to you, boy. I give it to you. I give it to you, baby. All my love. I give it to you, boy.
softly, slowly into the sea. You are the stars on my horizon, and you're always where I need you to be, to be, to be, to be.
Have here at the Chinese Benevolent Association. Welcome all Jamaicans. It's a pleasure to be here with you as we elevate her, as we elevate each other, as we elevate our nation. My name is Empress Golding. I will be your MC, your moderator, your sister, your auntie, your friend, your cousin, your advocate, anything you want me to be today as we lift each other as a collective. I am here with you and for you, to serve you, to be lifted by you and to lift you. Are you with me? Everybody say, together we can. Excellent. We have a full day of activity. We have a full day of solutions to protect our women and our girls. First, I want to acknowledge every single man in the building today. You know why? You know why? We can't elevate her unless we elevate him. And he has to help us and we have to help him, because together, man and woman must live in harmony. Can I get an amen? So all the the men stand up right now. I want to see all the men in the building right now. Yes. Because this is called Elevate Her, and we don't want you to feel that you are not welcome in the room. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your contribution to the solutions. So I want to acknowledge all the partners here today. Co-conveners, Patricia, Duncan, the leader, conceptualizer. Yes, the head of the PNP Women's Organization, movement, group, and advocacy. Stand up, my lady, and let's welcome her. Woo, woo, woo. Yes. All right. There's so many people to welcome here today. Lady Patricia, Duncan. Did I forget Sutherland? Oh, Mr. Man gonna be mad with me. But that's okay. He is not here today. All right, Lady Beverly Manley, I want to acknowledge you, founder of the PNP Women's Movement. Woo! Listen. All of the women over 60 years living in this country, stand up. If you've been living in Jamaica for over 60 years, let me see you. This is very important. It is very important to see you. Because as a people, to the little girls, listen, little girls, you see the elder women in the building? Let me tell you something, we have to put some respect on them. Because they have paved the way. They have seen some things. And it could have been worse in Jamaica if we didn't have advocates like the women over 60 who've been able to make life maybe a little better for us today than it could have been. So I want to acknowledge our elders. You know, as a Pan-Africanist, we bow to you. Kiss your feet, elder women who've paved the way and who have a lot of knowledge to share with us today. As we work and bridge a generation gap, when we go into the breakout sessions today to look at the solutions that are needed, right, to end violence against our women and our girls and our little boys, because I will never exclude our boys and our men from the conversation. However, this is called Elevate Her. Because a lot of women and girls are being abused more so than the boys in this country. So we need to get radical and we need to find the solutions together. But what's beautiful about this room today is that we're bridging the generation gap. We have the elders, we have the women who are between 30 and 60, and then we have the young babes. All the young children under 18, stand up right now. We're here to protect you. We're here to elevate you. We're here to hear your voice in the conversation for change. Let us acknowledge, hey, hold on. You know what my favorite P word is? Anybody know my favorite P word? Participate. All of the babes under 18, stand up. May I go get them stand up, you know? I'm not play, you know? Every little pitney in here, stand up. If you're under 18, participate. Yes, I'm big on this. I cannot start the event. Joy Crawford, welcome. E for Life, let's clap her. One of our co-conveners. She carries my mother's name, so you know I love her and her work. And I have met so many women who have been abused and broken, never had justice, and Joy has been able with her team to rescue them and create advocates through change. I love the P words, participate. Turn your pain into your passion, into your purpose, and then your profit. I'm big on preaching that. And I want us all today to think about our neighbors. Think about yourself. Many of you in here have been raped and abused and broken, still carrying that. And it affects the baby that you carry. It affects the next generation. So if you want change, say change. If you want a family, say family. And that's why we're here. And I want my young girls to listen to me. Today, I want you to use your voice. I want you to be open in this safe place to share your trials, share your dreams, share your pain, and let's turn it into passion and purpose. Are you with me? Take your hand from your mouth. Are you with me? Say yes.
Yes.
Say yes.
Yes.
If you can't hear us, say talk up, youth. Are you ready?
Yes.
Do you want to change?
Yes.
Do you want to change?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you elevated?
Yes.
Do you love yourself?
Yes.
Are you going to protect each other?
Yes.
What you say?
Yes.
What you say?
Yes.
I think she's ready. You can be seated. Let's clap the young ones in the building. Where's my advocate, Nadine Spence? Where are you? One of our co-conveners here today, an advocate, a woman on a mission. I want to acknowledge her as well. I think she's slipped out to come back in. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get this started because we're 40 minutes late. I want to acknowledge Sagicor Life. I want to acknowledge the Joan Duncan Foundation, JMMB, LASCO, all of the partners, because teamwork makes a... Yes. Donna Scott Brown, where are you? Donna... What did I say? Donna... JMMB, Donna Scott Foundation. That's what I meant. I want to acknowledge our sign language interpreter, one of the most dynamic. I don't know where Tony is right now. I wish she there. She interpret from a different room. Yes! What's up, girl? It's good to see you. And you know why I'm so happy that this event has incorporated a group of persons. You see the deaf community? I have had to hear the most horrifying stories of deaf girls who are raped in communities and have no voice. Nobody understands, and they feel that she's so-called dumb, that she will not speak up. So we have to speak for every marginalized group when it comes to this. And I want, when we go into the breakout sessions, to consider how we protect persons with disabilities. Yeah? Persons who don't have that voice in that community. We need a change. Everybody say we need a change. I could stand here all day and tell you the headlines, the stories I've heard, the broken women that I have had to hug, hold, and elevate. And you have a similar story as well. The statistics say it all. But we have to get going with a conversation for the solutions. We have to define this thing called violence, because you can't fix something if you don't understand it. Big up my colleague, Suzanne Symes, the Suzanne Show in the building! Woo! Media plays a very big part in changing our perceptions, our values, and we must have acknowledged the media practitioners here who are going to tell that story. And also all of the social media voices in the building as well. Yes, Andre, we see you with your camera. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us start by sharing our live stream today. It is live on Elevate Her on YouTube. So please let your friends know where we're streaming live, because we are women on fire, humans on fire, finding solutions to protect our women and our girls. I want to start by defining and contextualizing violence and sexual abuse against women and girls in Jamaica. And to do that, I'm going to invite 3 dynamic women, our co-conveners, to the platform, please. And as I do that, I also wanted to acknowledge Donna Parchment Brown. I was getting all the Donnas mixed up in one, tongue-twisting. Former political ombudsman. Yeah, enjoying a few months of freedom from the hard work. Dispute resolution boss and founder. Yeah, and we need dispute resolution in our solutions. So ladies and gentlemen, let me now welcome Patricia Duncan Sutherland, our convener, visionary, to the platform, please. An advocate on a mission, my lady. Good to see you. I also want to welcome my visionary, Joy Crawford, please. E for life. Woo! Please, I know she's going to present later from the floor. So would you like to wait there since you're going to set the tone with a definition? Thank you so much. And Dr. Nadine Spence, where is Nadine? She was here, you know, but she's probably taking some calls. I want to acknowledge the entire team that put this together. Thank you so much. Yes, takes a lot. Crystal, my sister, I want to acknowledge you as well, and the entire team for your leadership, my friend, my sister from another mother. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with defining violence. I want, as Joy sets the tone, I'm going to just throw the word out. Young lady in front of the microphone, stand up for me. Stand up, go to the microphone. I want to test all the microphones. If you are a teenager and you're near a microphone, please stand up next to it, please. Young lady, the closest teenager to a microphone, stand up real quick. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, come on, come on. We're on fire for change. Let's get excited. When I say the word violence, first of all, is it violence or violence? In Jamaica, violence. Yeah, you have to have the different ones so you understand what we are saying. When I say the word violence, the first word that comes to your mind, I want you to say it. Violence. Any word that came to your mind? Violence. Come on, any word. It's not, trust me, I'm not seasick this. Anything you say right.
Hurt. Abuse.
Hurt. What's the next word?
Abuse.
Say it again.
Abuse.
You're shocked. Let me teach you how to use a microphone. You ready? Pull the microphone down. Little pitney must be heard. Teenagers must, yeah, pull it down. You have to teach them how to speak it up. Oh, she took the microphone. I love that. All right? Violence.
Abuse.
All right. Hurt. Abuse. Any other words come to mind? Fear. Rape. Pain. Huh? War. Yeah. Trauma. We're going to explore all of this today, and we're going to be open. Raise your hand. Joy, once your mic is ready, let me know. Raise your hand if you know somebody who has been abused, who has been raped. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. It could be you. We're not asking you that right now. But if you know somebody who has been raped and who has been abused, raise your hand for me high so we understand what's happening in this room. We understand the pain that is transferred from one generation to another, from one to another. We are all affected by what happens in our society. And today is the beginning. The true change will happen today. As long as we participate, as long as we are open with each other and not afraid to use our voice, whether we're right or whether we're wrong, That doesn't happen here today. Ladies, you may be seated. Thank you. Lady Dr. Nadine Spence, thank you so much and welcome her. Woo-woo! You know, I'm looking at these distinguished women and saying, I need to change my hairstyle. You see the hot style of the 2023? You see this? You see the style? If you want to know what's in fashion, check my Lady Nadine and my Lady Patricia. Nice to have you both. Lady Joy is about to give me the signal that she's ready. Again, ladies, welcome. Looking forward to the conversation, looking forward to bridging the generation gap with the younger ones when we break out into the sessions. The sessions will be up here. I will tell you the different booths and the subject matter that interests you. And then the first 15 will go into that group led by some of our conveners and other advocates here today, where we will go more in depth into breaking this thing down and finding the solutions. Are you with me? All right. So, Lady Joan, are you ready?
Thanks, Empress.
All right, we hand it over, and I want us to get excited about the conversation. Change is excellent. Change is so dynamic. Change is so important for growth. Put your hands together and give her the energy she needs to do the work that she does. Joy Crawford, Eve for Life.
Thank you very much. Can you hear my mouth? All right, so can we have the... All right, so they give me a strange technology. We're going to work with it anyhow. My job this morning is to create a context around the issue about gender-based violence. It worked, yeah. So I call this my Gender-Based Violence 101. By no means are we going to cover everything that this topic involves. It's huge. But I believe that there are some must know that I want to clarify. And it will help you as you go through the different sessions. We're going to be using videos or we'll be using breakout rooms. And of course, when you leave here, you can share information, all right? So quickly, the first one says, gender equality is not a woman issue. It's not a woman issue. It's a human issue, and it affects us all. So let's start there. Every time you hear about gender-based violence or violence against women, we have this moral, social battle about men. What role men should play? Are we ignoring our men and our boys? And we have the man and woman story. That is why it's so difficult to even report. So you have domestic violence, and you reach at the police station, and it's a man and woman story. Or we hear that men are unable to report because men are not supposed to be weak. So I want to establish that the issue around gender equality is not a woman's issue. So I want to erase that from your mind, because gender includes male and females. Everybody got that? Beautiful. Some key terms I want you to recall. Now, gender is at the heart of all the violence that we're having. Whether the ones against women, against men, domestic violence, femicide, suicide, name it. If you really unpack it, it is the root of everything. It is the unfortunate socialization in our country about what a man should be and do, what a woman should be and do, what a girl should be and do, what a boy should be and do. And we have set up the norms. One I find very interesting is that I hear that black men look nice in pink shirt, right? But the same black woman who buy a black man a pink shirt won't put her son in a pink shirt. Because baby boys don't wear pink. Baby boys wear blue. Not true. I hear some people say amen. And you have some people, if they have a shower and they have a boy and you carry a pink blanket, the relationship mash up. Not true. That's where it all starts. We have ascribed adjectives, emotions, colors, jobs, roles to individuals rather than human beings. So that is what gender really is about. And gender is a social construct. Go again, it is a social construct. And that is where our norms come from. I grew up in an era where I know my mother always made us wait until dad come to eat dinner. And then he gets the most meat, and then she feed the children and herself last. Anybody can relate? And I remember when I got married, traveling from Kingston, from Mobile, where I'm from, and myself and my husband would reach home, and the first thing my mother said to me, "You're not gonna make something for him eat." And even though he did not want that, and he said, "No, man, it's okay," he would not be allowed to go to the kitchen. She said, "No, you need to sit down." And she didn't mean anything bad, It was her norm. So again, we have to understand, I want to emphasize the issue around gender. Why? Because it will allow us to plan our responses better. So gender-based violence comes from this. And what is gender-based violence? It is any violence meted out to an individual because of gender norms, gender stereotyping, gender concepts. Gender-based violence is simply about power. So, easy. There are several umbrella terms that come under this. But it's important to know what the gender driver is because your response is different to it. The literature will tell you that there are 4 main categories of gender-based violence. Physical, we see that one easily. Sexual, we hear about the rapes and the abuse. Emotional, mental, emotional, we're hearing more about that now. But you can't see it readily unless the person come and say me depressed. And of course, financial, everybody got one name, so. Okay? We're going to unpack those when you go into your room. So again, these are the basic ones. So it says the violence is against any individual, male or female, because of their biological sex, their gender identity, and greatest because of perception. So here's it now. What's your name, sweetheart? Keisha. Keisha is my daughter. How old are you? Don't tell anybody. So Keisha's my daughter, and it's COVID time, right? And she's at home doing online schooling. But I am essential service, so I go on to work. So I come home and I say, "Keisha, imagine me and you're one in the house. And me beg you to do your chores and if you clean up for me. And me talk to you about this over and over. And you're not working with me as a mother. And me draw one broomstick and me decide to beat her. And give her a good beating, probably I'll break her hand. That is now domestic violence and child abuse, because Keisha's my daughter. What turns us into a gender-based violence? Same family, me come in and me say, "Keisha, imagine, look from when me I tell you, say, if you don't learn to walk, cook, and clean, when you grow up, your man will go beat you." I have now changed and include a gender component to the issue. Everybody got that? Same thing for the man. So the man come home and him upset because him did not burn. And him say, "Imagine you make me did not burn, you drop and sleep, and you're a lazy woman." And you get into a fight. Domestic violence. The man comes in and they did not burn. And him say, "Yo, you know there's a man a king of yard. A man rule and a man in charge. A woman must serve man. How dare you?" He has added a gender component to it. Everybody still with me? So I want you to get that piece. You have to look to see, is this violence being moved through a gender norm or a gender lens? Everybody got that? Beautiful. So it's the same thing for men, men and boys. The father who says to his son, "You are 14 and you need to go have sex because I don't want you to be gay." Because a 14-year-old who is not sexually active is going to be gay. And he gives the son the condom and says, don't come home until you broke your ducks. He wasn't just teaching him to have sex, you know. Him saying to him that a man, a real man at 14, supposed to be. Are you guys still with me? So that gender norms. Going through quickly, Jamaica, we have issues around unequal relations for power. We don't understand it. We make it seem like a he against she, and we have normalized it. I'm going to share one that a lot of people don't like hear me say it. And I'm going now to the data. We keep saying that we are leaving our boys behind. We are not leaving our boys behind. The fact is, even if it's one boy or one girl, we have different reactions. Anybody remember recently when we had 2 children that were buggered out in St. Anne? Buggery, I think there was a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. Anybody remember that? So let me tell you, a boy and a girl in St. Anne last year, both were buggered. As a society, if we hear that a boy is buggered, we burn down the house, we block the road, we have love march, excuse me, we have all the things, right? Because it shouldn't happen to the boy. But the girl is buggered, and what we do? Business as usual. Not true? Because she's a girl. That's how far the gender thing going on. 2 people have the same experience, but as a society we behave different. What are we saying about our girls? Why is it that we respond different to women who are raped than men who are buggered? We have to examine these things. Wrapping up, just want to highlight intimate partner violence. We hear a lot about this. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. Got you. You hear this one? The main thing I want you to remember about this one is that intimate is in there for a reason. Intimate partner violence only is defined if the person is somebody you're there with, somebody you're used to there with, or somebody you plan to there with. So some little courtship they go on, you know? And him say they look like you lead him on, and then the violence. So intimate happens between persons who have that kind of relationship. The other one is family violence. We have expanded this, and these are all under gender because all of this is gender related. Eh? Family violence will take in things of our child abuse, and this one that we don't talk about a lot in Jamaica, elder abuse. Okay? So how do we treat older men versus older women? How do we treat the elderly person who is in our care? Simply because we have power. We have to consider those things. This one, I don't want you to break your brain on it, but I mention it just from the perspective of support. Write it down, not go and get into it. Stockholm Syndrome, anybody know what this one is? All right, tell me what it is.
When someone is kidnapped and then they get released and then they feel so attached to the kidnapper that they feel like they want to go back every single time.
Give her 80%. She said when somebody is kidnapped. But it's not just kidnap. You are involved with an abuser and now you feel emotionally connected and you're sorry for them, eh? And I won't tell you a long story on that one, but this is real. Why I put it up here is that every time in Jamaica something happens, somebody says, why should I never leave? Why don't it take so long? But this is a real thing, all right? Write it down, research it, refer people for help and support. My golden nugget is this one. Don't miss this one. Important for your response. The main cause, the root cause is abuse of power, simply because I can do it. Disrespect of my human rights, I am human, and gender inequality. These up here are contributing factors. They are not the root cause. A lot of times we say that these are the cause, but they are not. They are a contributing factor. If there were a cause, it means that every drunk man would beat his wife. And that's not true, right? You have some men who drink and drunk and won't even go into the house. Kind of even want his wife see him because he respects her. So remember now, the root cause is not the contributing factor. As a society, we have been discussing contributing factors. And every time it happens, we hear, oh, it's well because she did take him money and go to school, and his heart did break, or it's because they're poor, or it's because, no. Those are contributing factors. Remember them, please. I want to wrap up and go through quickly what you know, which is the list of the forms of violence. Wrong direction. All right? Just a list, physical violence, you know them. Anything on there is strange? No. Look at the one that says refusing medical care and controlling your medication. If your partner is abusive and them hide your medication because them know you have diabetes, you're going to get ill, not true? Physical violence, all right? Mash up your property, strangulate you. Emotional, wrong direction. This one is a serious thing, you know. You're workless, you're black. Why is black such an issue? I don't know. You take black cuss people. Or we say, oh, you're so black and cute. You're cute for a black girl. I don't get it, but jealousy. And some of these are red flags, all right? Make a note of them. So this is not bad. Look at the one on the bottom that says talking. One of the great things about this, which I haven't seen us do much in the country, some of these are actually crime, you know. Criminal offense, but we're not treating that criminal offense because it's a man and woman story. Sexual is easy. I'm not going to spend any time on sexual. You know this one very well. So you can recognize these. Financial, harassing your partner at the workplace so them lose them work. Controlling the money. Only you want to decide how things are spent. What are they spent on? That's a part of violence. This is a new thing now. All of you women are search your man's phone. And all of the men them are ask the woman them password. It's power. Okay? And we go up on the internet and we release people picture. And we out people. It's violence, okay? Let's stop doing it. For the students in school, bullying. Bullying. It's not nice to bully and call people's name. It's violence. And all of it hurt. Remember now, if you're in a situation of any of these are red flags. So often we hear that there was a sign. You hear the neighbor come. A long time we didn't know said this is going to happen. Him the jealous, not true. We need to see signs for ourselves and get help. Signs. There's one that they say about people who hurt pets. They say if someone is violent towards animals, it's a red flag for how they'll treat other people. So the signs say. So there are many things you can use to decide. So I want to encourage you as you go through today, just remember these things. As you have the conversations, remember that there are some myths that are not true. There's no such thing that men are born violent and women are not. Let's clear our minds. We are going to engage today around how women and girls experience this. We want you to understand it, and then we're going to engage about what are the possible solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the Elevate Her Summit. I invite you to place yourself on this circle. Am I an abuser? Am I being abused? Am I an observer? Or am I a protector? We all fall somewhere or fall more than one place, eh? If we are going to have an action, you have to put yourself somewhere. and take responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Joy. Thank you so much. Wow, where are you? Anybody in the audience still asking yourself, what is gender-based violence? There was a lot there to unpack, Joy, Lady Joy. And we're going to do that with our co-conveners and with you. I'm going to move quickly because we are behind schedule, so I'm not going to stay too long. So I'm going to ask now, Patricia, do you have a mic? Affectionately known as Trisha, auntie, advocate, and all those things. So, and mommy. Yeah? So I want you now to please welcome our audience, and also from Joy's presentation, your own definition, your own experience, and what you want to see happen today, and what you commit to with us here today to be the change we want to see and to bring the change we want to see here in our country, Jamaica land we love. And then I'm going to move to Doc Spence as well, as we, just kind of define it, set the tone for the activity that will happen right after in the breakout room. So feel free as well if you have any questions for Joy, Nadine, or Patricia. You don't mind, we're just calling you by your first names today in this circle. And feel free, audience, to ask any questions, but we'll also have that opportunity at the end. So, Lady Patricia.
Check, check. Good morning still. How is everybody doing? All right, you're supposed to say good because today I'm a part of the solution. So good morning, how you doing? All right, because today we have I want to stand up because I'm thinking in front of me and I can't see everybody. We have the opportunity to put ourselves in the role of protector, all of us. Because as protectors, we get the opportunity to design solutions, to understand how we're going to participate in that solution, and to put an action plan in place that the rest of Jamaica can hold us accountable to. That's what our opportunity is today. Maybe not all of us will choose it, some of us will choose it, but I hope that all of us do in some way, shape, or form. Some of us will choose it at the national level. Some of us will choose it at the community level, whichever community we are a part of, because we are a part of many communities, school, hospital, our community that we live in, our community that we work in. So some of us will choose it in those communities, and some of us will choose it in our home and in our individual lives with a friend. We're going to choose to step up and become a protector instead of an observer. Some of us will choose it for ourselves. We will choose to protect ourselves from abuse because we know we are experiencing it and we're just recognizing it. Or we know that we are experiencing it and we did not know that we could be both the abused and the protector of ourselves. Because it's a process and it's a continuum. So today I'm hoping that as we have this conversation, we see ourselves in the solution in one way, shape, or form. And it's the beginning of a conversation. Kind of have to start with a conversation. And at the GMB Joan Duncan Foundation, which I want to big them up, thank you all very, very much, because although I'm the chairman, we don't never have to sponsor, big time sponsor, big them up. I want to big up our board member, Vinti. Vinti, you have to stand up. Yes, because you are here, the official representative. Donna is also a board member, but Vinti is our official representative. And Celia. Because we do a thing in the Joan Duncan Foundation called Conversations for Greatness. And the intention of that conversation is to help you to identify and unlock your own greatness. Right? So I expect that as we come up with a solution, that will become a part of, well, I would certainly put it on the table as a part of the menu for the solution. All right? And then I want to acknowledge today the children who have come today, the students who have come today. I know that sometimes you come because you are told to come, and you probably came because you are told to come, but guess what happened? As we say for this conference, first you have to speak up, stand up, and show up. Whether you came because you were told to come, or you had an option as to whether to come or not, you showed up. You didn't have to. Now, while you are here, you can choose to consciously show up as well. You can choose to consciously take something from this. So I want to thank you very much for coming and being in our space. And we are going to rely on you for guidance. So as you're thinking it through, I'm asking you to think specifically about, if you had the power, what would you change about how everybody is reacting to you in the context of the violence that you see occurring around you or with you? You have the power, and we want you to come from that place of power. What would you change if you had all of the power in the world? So start thinking it through, right? And so I also want to acknowledge, because I am the president of the PMP Women's Movement, and all of the women who are members of that movement who chose to come here today to be a part of the solution, I want to big them up. Thank you very much. It's a part of our work. It's a big part of our work, and we will continue to do the work. We have our conference coming up in July. We're going to continue it there. We have the work coming up. We have International Day to End Violence Against Women. We're going to continue it there. We are not going to stop until we have the change that we need in Jamaica, and that's the mindset change. The change of the gender construct that we are going to create a new gender construct in Jamaica that will create the balance of power and eliminate the need for violence to maintain that relationship. That's our objective, and we're going to get there. And I want to acknowledge you. The last acknowledgement I'm going to do before I hand over to Nadine so we can move it forward is I want to acknowledge all of the volunteers that made today happen. Some of you might know that I am doing some other things in my life, many, many other things. All I did for this to happen today is say, I want it to happen. That's what I did. And then there's a group of women, Portia, Vicky, I don't remember everybody's name, right? Danishka, Crystal, who else is here in the space? Anik, right? Who took it on and made this happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to all of the sponsors, and I don't say iPrint here, but they are one of the sponsors as well. I'm just going to tell you all a secret. It's last week we called the sponsor them. See them here? Sagicor, Lasco, E4 Life, JMMB, Joan Duncan Foundation, iPrint. Last week I called them, and they're here. They showed up for women in Jamaica. I want to acknowledge you now. I booked Susan in the airport day before yesterday. I don't remember which day. And I said, Susan, you know, should I call you? We are having a summit, elevator summit on gender-based violence. Come now. She said, for sure. And she followed me up to make sure she know the information. I thank you for putting your voice in the space. This morning I was on TVJ, and I said, I want the men here too. And then there was one gentleman from Portmore Missionary. He said he was at the church the day my mother was buried. Mr. Something Singh, I don't remember the first name now. Please, I want you to stand up and acknowledge. He came because we say we want the men to be a part of the solution. In shifting the gender-based construct, I want to acknowledge we are here because of how the current gender construct negatively impacts women. We are not here because of how it negatively impacts men today. We are here today because of the negative impact that this construct has on women. And I don't want us to make any apologies for it, because the solutions we have that we are going to come up with must address the lives of women. We acknowledge that we cannot do that without a partnership with the men. But the focus today is on how it is that we are going to make life better for women in Jamaica. Not just better, but great for women in Jamaica. So thank you all, and I look forward to being your partner today.
Thank you so much. Lady Nadine, I'm going to give you the floor right now, and then we're going to move to a video that we'll unpack in our different groups. So over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. I think I look odd in my anyway, I'm not looking at myself. It's good to have you all here and to welcome you to this conversation. I think it's fortuitous. It's quite a thing that we're having this conversation today, given what the national conversation is right now concerning the killing of that policeman in Manchester. And I know there's this tendency for us to think that, okay, so why are women today focusing on this matter of gender-based violence focused on women when we have this glaring example in the media, in the national life, of a man being beaten to death, shot by a woman? Is it necessary? Are Jamaican women really at the point where they still need to be having this conversation? And I know a lot of times there's pushback. And to be honest with you, Patricia, one of the things I've been hesitant to do of late, perhaps a year or so now, is engage the matter of gender and women's issues in Jamaica in the press because of this backlash. In women's work, we talk about a male backlash. This pushback, the violence as women activists we experience because we talk about violence against women. And it's very real, and the implications of it very severe, especially for some of us who work in institutions where our careers are put at risk because of some of the things we hold about the way women are treated as a result of a system called patriarchy and women's relationship to power in that system called patriarchy. And so this conversation in Jamaica, I want you all to know that it's not always an easy one to have, because there are a lot of people in Jamaica who believe that Jamaican women have achieved gender equality. How much of you believe that we don't need to be as up in your face with this as we used to be? Because Jamaican women, we hear that more women are managers, more women at the university, more women doing well in so many different areas, that we think that sometimes this conversation is unnecessary. And the people who are really at risk are our boys, and we're leaving the boys behind, and we hear that often enough. I've been at the university long enough every graduation to hear the Vice Chancellor lament the amount of men who graduate. Never a congratulations to the women who persist through a difficult education system, never congratulating the women for sticking to it despite the different challenges, but always consternation, always regret that there are so few men here, not thinking about what that does to women's psyche, right? And hearing all the time when you raise issues about where women are and how women are relating in this society to power, always being told, but we have 60% of women managers in Jamaica. What's your problem? And this morning we're having this conversation after a man was killed by his wife. And this, I mean, I was just on, when I was coming up, Susan, I was actually talking to Cliff because he was asking me about this matter. And I signed into his program just at the tail end of the conversation when Dr. Gale was saying, if I walk into another forum and I hear them say women need to tell their story, I am leaving because it doesn't leave any room for stories from men. And I was thinking that is just so wrong, because I said to Cliff at the start of the program, I'm not going to have a conversation with Dr. Gale because I don't want men are from Mars, women are from Venus. It's not men versus women. We are not going to advance this cause if it becomes men versus women. I always hesitate to say this, but I'll say it now. I'm the mother of a 33-year-old son who has 2 daughters. And I told Patricia and Crystal yesterday I have endometriosis, so I've been in pain since Friday. And my son moved back into my house so that he could take care of me, right? And so I understand the dynamics in relationships between men and women. I get it, and I get that we need men in our lives, and men are critical to our survival. And I know that there are a lot of the women who have this conversation are women who are in fact in good relationships with men and don't understand the women who struggle to put themselves in a position where they can be where a lot of the women who talk are, right? And so I want to introduce 3 things that I learned when I started this work. One of them came about around this idea of gender equality. What does gender equality mean? And this phenomenal woman from Barbados and Trinidad who taught in Jamaica for a time, and her name is slipping me now. She was married to Carl Stone. Mrs. Beverly Manley, you remember who she is? Rose Utley, yes. She taught me a long time ago about gender balance. And she said gender balance, is really each of us finding balance in how we perceive the other person. It's in ourselves. Gender balance is not a numbers game. It's how we manage to look around the table when we are not there and bring the other people who are missing to the conversation. So when I'm at a table where power is being practiced, I have a responsibility to say who is here and who is not here. And how do I ensure that the interests of the people who need to be represented at this table are being represented? And so very often when we sit at a table, we sit for ourselves and the people who we know the most. It is very important for us when we sit in rooms and in spaces like this to find out who isn't here. So when I go into a space, I'm very conscious that I sit in that space for rural women because I come from country. May she come from the same place almost. Her grandmother is my sister's godmother, Aunt Pet, the post missus from up the road. Kilmarnock, right? So we are very conscious of the fact that bringing rural women into the conversation is important because the particular issues that rural women face and that cause rural women to be vulnerable to violence are not the same as women who live in these parts. That doesn't say that women in these parts don't have their own particular realities that makes it necessary for them to be represented at the table. And so the important thing for me is how do we open up the conversation? How do we make sure that all the people who need to be present, regardless of gender, regardless of location, are seated at the table? How do we become more gender balanced in our being? How do we think of the next person? And so I learned that principle a long time ago, and it's something that I think that all of us can ascribe to and can think about as we seek to represent the interests of people who need to be represented, including ourselves, because sometimes we go to the table and we forget that we need to be represented as well, that we are coming from different difficult circumstances, and that so often we tell stories that are not ours, but our story is also worthy of being told. Okay? That's one. The other thing I learned a long time ago as we talk about gender inequality and gender equality is that it's not just equality that we're talking about. In other words, as a woman, if I want to be Prime Minister of Jamaica, I don't want to practice leadership the way other people have done. There is a difference, I think, when a woman assumes power, that a woman ought to practice power differently. So we talk about substantive equality, substantive power, meaning that we would like women who go into spaces of power and practice their power in such a way that it brings real change for those who need it the most. substantively changing and improving people's lives. Not practicing power in such a way as if we don't have enough, but practicing from a space of abundance. There is enough of everything to go around for all of us. And if we lead and if we engage each other in a way where we think that enough is there, then we begin to see our relationship to other people very, very differently. Right? There's a leaflet that you have in your page that talks about power and control. And Joy made reference to this in her presentation, that in fact, this matter of violence, and particularly violence against women, is really a power and control thing. And if we understand it for what it is, then we can begin to deal with this issue of violence in the home. Because then we begin to ask ourselves, who has the power and how do they practice power? And we ask that of ourselves too, as bosses, as big sisters, as parents, as people who lead organizations. When we have power, how do we practice power? How do we exercise control over people? Do we treat people fairly? Because we're not dealing with a situation where women are totally devoid of power, and so women are victims. We're dealing with a situation where we ask people, when you have power, how do you practice your power? The people who have to work with you at work, how would they say that you exercise power over them? What would they say about you and your dealings at work? And so a lot of women, since you talk about women in managerial posts, a lot of women don't do that well. And so we always have to be moving ourselves along that wheel, that power and control wheel, and asking ourselves, where are we? Because we're not victimized all the time, nor are we in power all the time. We are moving throughout that process and being impacted on and impacting people at the same time. So I hope that today Joy ended by asking you to put yourself in the circle. Where are you? Sometimes we're skipping all over those circles. We would like to be in one space and would like to see ourselves as people who are good and we have our halo, but the truth is we are not always. And so let this become a day of reflection for all of us as well. And to ask ourselves too, when we need to be protector, as you were asked by Trisha, how well do you do that? Are you turning a blind eye to people who need your help? Are you intervening in a good way with families that are under stress? Are you giving the right advice so that people who are in trouble can get the help that they need? Because last thing, I heard the interview done with the neighbor of the man who was killed. And he basically sent him back, go get killed, go on back inside, you know, if you treat yourself that way there. We have to ask ourselves these questions. We are not one thing. We are not victimized all the time. There are situations where we could intervene and bring relief to people suffering, and we don't do that. And it is critical that all of us understand that where we can lend a helping hand, we must do so. We must get up and do something. And I know today is about that. It's about getting up and doing something. And I hope we end the day with a clear agenda for transformation so that we understand what our role is. Because we can't point a finger and say what people should do unless we are willing to do the work. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Nadine. Thank you so much. Are we ready to do the work? I don't believe you. Are we ready to do the work? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's when you go dance and you bust shot and you make whole heap of noise. Can we make some noise about the change that we're going to be? Are you ready? Are you ready? I believe you now. I believe you now. We're going to watch a video, quite disturbing, called Woman on Fire. And as you watch this video, before, Tony, where are you going? Antoinette, Aiken, where are you going? You have another appointment. Is it Parliament Day? It is. Okay. Yes, Listomere Gilby, great school. Thank you for your work, my lady. All right, let's give her a round of applause. I do need to go to class so I could take over. But I'm sure many of my deaf friends can read my lips. They're quite talented, I will tell you. Oh, there we go. She didn't just leave us and abandon us. We have our new interpreter on the screen, so welcome, thank you. It's hot up here, right, Nadine? It's hot, woman on fire for change. We sweating up here, but it's okay. We have our Lasco water to refresh us. Thank you again to our partners. We're gonna move now to watch this video, and I want you to think about a few things before we go into our breakout room. As you watch this very disturbing video, I want you to think about physical violence, the different kinds of violence as you watch this video. I want you to think about sexual abuse of women. I want you to think about how it affects the children who have to witness this kind of abuse. What lessons are we teaching our children when they see this, how it affects them and how they act up later on because of what they see? How do our men, our boys, you have a 33-year-old, I have an 11-year-old. Beer picnic, any boy? Yeah, big picnic, same thing. You don't have no boy. Right. How are the boys affected? How do they treat women when they witness violence? These are things we have to be honest about. So I want us to consider the sexual abuse of our girls when you watch this video, how children are affected by the violence in the home. I want you to consider financial abuse and mental and emotional abuse. All of the different kinds of abuse that we spoke to, and then we're going to break out into those sessions. And so this video that you're going to see is a true enactment.
Empress, I want to disturb you 1 quick second. Behind you.
It sounded like the voice of God.
Yes.
God is a woman. Go on, Patricia.
No, because when you're watching the video too, you have a sheet that has been distributed that defines how we're going to capture the solutions. It defines the communities that we can think about that could participate. It defines the types of solutions that we want, whether it be advocacy, public education, whether it be interventions, right? Social interventions on the ground. Look at that piece of paper and just remember the different elements. So when you're watching the video, you can work through where would an idea for a solution come from. Because today, we are about the solution. We are about understanding the issue, understanding the problem, and coming up with the solution. Thank you, Empress, for allowing me to disturb you.
Yes, no. This is a collaborative conversation. So anybody can stop me at any point. I'm here to facilitate anybody's voice for the change that we want to see. But you're right. Where can we intervene? Yeah? And something I just want to ask us to do when we go into the session after this video, it's to be open and honest. A lot of times we hide, yeah, because we are ashamed of what we're experiencing, but we must be honest. And sometimes it's like a domino effect, you know, it's a healing. I'm big on therapy. I grew up with a psychologist. So talking was a part of how my mother dealt with every challenge that we faced. And one thing that I've realized in my work with in this world, right, is that it's talk therapy. When one person says, you know, this is what I'm going through, you see a can of worms open, and it's like healing. We've never had healing from the day we got here enslaved and raped and abused. We've never healed. We've never had psychological intervention and therapy, so we must transfer it to the next generation. But we have to have that therapeutic change today. So as Lady Tricia said, when you get into these groups, intervention, solutions, advocacy, and we gotta be radical about it. True change means we have to be disruptive. How disruptive are we gonna be today to be the change we wanna see? So ladies and gentlemen, let's watch this real story, Woman on Fire.
My name is Donmarie Morris Williams. I am a survivor of domestic abuse, childhood sexual abuse, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and prostitution. This young man came in and he was very polite, very, you know, shy and timid, and so we kind of developed a sort of a friendship before we became intimate. And I thought that I had finally found somebody who loved me, because he was the first person to actually say to me, "I love you." We continued in the relationship until about 2 years in the relationship, he became very abusive. He was so jealous.
So, very disturbing and true story. We're going to move now into our groups. I'm going to ask you to grab a water on your way. I'm going to explain the different groups to you. And please, just participate. Yeah? Your sessions will be led by 6 different human beings. I'm going to tell you who they are and tell you exactly where these breakout sessions are. We're going to unpack, we're going to unveil, unpack, unmask, unveil, and come up with the solutions that Patricia asked us to think about before we watched that. I think I want to ask one question before I explain the goals. Anybody here witnessed their parents' violent situations in the home as a child? Anybody? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we see about 5 young persons who are currently witnessing it, right? Violence in your home. So I want us, the adults here, to really think about in the groups how we assist some of our young persons who are going through it right now and how they can help in their own homes and communities. So we have the different breakout rooms up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So the first room is physical abuse. If that speaks to you and that's where you'd like to contribute, then go there. But we're taking the first 15 in each group, and then our co-conveners and the facilitators will move you to another group if that room is full. So grab a water on your way up, or a juice, courtesy of Lasco. And over here is physical abuse, led by Inspector Raquel Longmore. Then we have sexual abuse of women, that's room number 2, that is led by Monique McDonald. Then we have room number 3, sexual abuse of girls, that'll be led by Rochelle Gray. Room number 4 over here is mental and emotional abuse. Cheryl Simmons will lead that group. And then we have financial abuse, and that'll be led by Kamisha McLean. That's room number 5 right over here. Again, room 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So please make your way. It's a 40-minute intense session of change. So let's make your way. Our co-conveners as well will be passing through. I will also be passing through. Today is a day of solutions, building this therapeutic family for change. So make your way to the different rooms, please. And in 40 minutes, we'll reconvene and go through some of the solutions. Please use the back steps to make your way to the rooms. The back steps are to your left when you're looking at the back of the room. Grab a water, 40 minutes. Please, we want everybody in a room. I shouldn't see anybody down on the floor. Please. We all want to come together and participate. We'll reconvene in a session in 40 minutes. You are tasked with collating the solutions. During your reflection, your conversation, your connection, right? And then we'll come back with refreshments and hear from each group. Thank you so much. So we want to move swiftly so we can stay within the...
My name is Delmaureen Morris Williams. I am a survivor of domestic abuse, childhood sexual abuse, human trafficking, sex trafficking, and prostitution. This young man came in and he was very polite, very, shy and timid, and so we kind of developed a sort of a friendship before we became intimate, and I thought that I had finally found somebody who loved me, because he was the first person to actually say to me, "I love you." We continued in the relationship until about 2 years in the relationship, he became very abusive. He was so jealous. But I thought that the jealousy was a good thing because this man loves me. He would hit me and then he would say, "I love you, and that is the reason why I hit you, so that you can understand that I love you and not to do this again." And I would try my best not to do whatever it is that I had done for him not to hit me, but there was always something new. And of course, about an hour after that, he came, "I love you and I am sorry and it's not going to happen again." Of course, I believe, because this man loves me. One day, I wanted to go somewhere. I think I wanted to visit my mom. And he was saying, "No." And we ended up in a huge fight, and he held the cutlass, the machete, to my neck. And he was like, "If you go through the door, I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to kill your children." And I was saying to myself that I can take the licks, but when it comes to my children, you don't threaten my children. And I pushed him. I said, "You're going to have to kill me first before you get to my boys." And I took my boys. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to leave. So this older man thought that he would not come and violate his house. And so he said, "Of course, you can go and stay in the shed." He would come to the house. Like every night, he would still come to the house. I could smell him because he smoked. There was a coconut tree near to the house. And he would sit under the coconut tree and he would smoke, and he would listen to see if anybody else was in the house beside me and the boys. One Friday after working, got the boys something to eat, took a shower and was inside the house, and I heard somebody calling. One of the guys from the construction site who the boss had given the pay for me. And then I heard the expletives and just cursing and, saying that I'm inside there with a man and what we're doing in there and just how he's going to kill all of us. He basically used his hand to pull off the window and proceeded to throw some stones. And I was trying to shield my boys, to protect them. And so he used his hand to pull away like the siding of the house to where a part of my bed was exposed. He had used a lighter to light the sheet that was on the bed. When I looked, I saw that my bed was on fire. I jumped on the bed to stomp on the sheet and to out it. I didn't realize that I had gotten burned because I was like in survival mode. He was standing outside looking through the part of the board that he had torn apart, and I was inside standing on the bed looking at him. And I knew that I had to get him calm because he was going to try something else. He was, looking at me and trembling, and I just called him and I said, "Come." I just put his head on my lap. And about half an hour after that, he just walked away. And while he was leaving, I reassured him that everything was going to be fine and he did not to worry about anything because I didn't want him to come back. It is very important for victims to leave any abusive situation. It does not get better. It does not get better. It gets worse. There is a promise of it will never happen again, but it does. It continues. And even if they are genuine in apologizing or saying, "I'm going to try my best for this not to happen again," take it from somebody who has been there, it will happen again.
I remember having an experience when I was about 6 or 7. I remember the young man would have been about 13 or 14. I didn't even ascribe the word sex or sexual activity to it at that time. For me, it was just an issue of how I was brought up, you know. In the country, we play mother and father and dolly house. And it was a natural part of how maleness and femaleness would, you know, hug and whatever that looked like. So I never thought about it in any sinister way. It never felt bad. It never felt wrong. One of the messages I took away from that is things don't always feel bad. Things don't always feel wrong. But that doesn't mean that they are not. And as I went through my adolescent and young adult years, I just thought about all the different ways that I would have experienced sexual activity that were, one, illegal because they were involved older men than I was, or two, abusive because they just didn't value me. And yet I didn't name it as it was that. Until I was having a conversation in my 40s with friends, my immediate circle, and someone said, do you realize that those men were pedophiles? And that was a changing point for me, because I recognized that there are many, many women and girls in Jamaica who would have experienced what I call the overt sexual violation as girls. But because it didn't seem as though it was physically traumatic, it went undealt with, but it had very similar impact. It was not any less impactful. And so the issue around how girls were being treated, how girls were experiencing sexual initiation became a big deal for me. And I think the work that I now do is a direct result of my understanding. I believe it's time, and it was time, to start a movement to provide a light on this dark space.
You can register right now for the Elevate Her Summit happening on Wednesday, May 31 at the Chinese Benevolent Association starting at 10 a.m. Send us an email for more details at elevatehersummitja@gmail.com.
I believe that there are so many institutional framework that marginalize women and sexualize women and or reduce women to be one, objects of childbearing, objects of sexual gratification for men, and therefore with these two as being the ultimate manifestation of womanhood, it sets up women to be vulnerable and sets up men to believe that they have a right to women's body. It allows the society to feel like they should determine how they value a woman based on her sexual expression, whether she wants to have children or not have children, can she consent or deny her husband when she is not in the mood, or if she's ill, or she pretty much needs some time by herself. So we have all of these rules for how women show up sexually in our society. And I think because of this, it's very difficult to address the issue of sexual abuse. It's so rationalized and normalized. But I think it's something that we need to address. We need to talk about it more. We need to recognize that it is not okay. And a lot of the sexual violations are breaches of law. And we need to start prosecuting persons around this.
You can register right now for the Elevate Her Summit happening on Wednesday, May 31 at the Chinese Benevolent Association starting at 10 a.m. Send us an email for more details at elevatehersummitja@gmail.com.
I remember having an experience when I was about 6 or 7. I remember the young man would have been about 13 or 14. I didn't even ascribe the word sex or sexual activity to it at that time. For me, it was just an issue of how I was brought up, you know. In the country, we play mother and father and dolly house. And it was a natural part of how maleness and femaleness would, you know, hug and whatever that looked like. So I never thought about it in any sinister way. It never felt bad. It never felt wrong. One of the messages I took away from that is things don't always feel bad. Things don't always feel wrong. But that doesn't mean that they're not. And as I went through my adolescent and young adult years, I just thought about all the different ways that I would have experienced sexual activity that were, one, illegal because they were involved older men than I was, or two, abusive because they just didn't value me. And yet I didn't name it as it was that. Until I was having a conversation in my 40s with friends, my immediate circle, and someone said, "Do you realize that those men were pedophiles?" And that was a changing point for me, because I recognized that there are many, many women and girls in Jamaica who would have experienced what I call the overt sexual violation as girls. But because it didn't seem as though it was physically traumatic, it went undealt with, but it had very similar impact. It was not any less impactful. And so the issue around how girls were being treated, how girls were experiencing sexual initiation became a big deal for me. And I think the work that I now do is a direct result of my understanding. I believe it's time, and it was time, to start a movement to provide a light on this dark space.
You can register right now for the Elevate Her Summit happening on Wednesday, May 31 at the Chinese Benevolent Association starting at 10 a.m. Send us an email for more details at elevatehersummitja@gmail.com.
I believe that there are so many institutional framework that marginalize women and sexualize women and or reduce women to be one, objects of childbearing, objects of sexual gratification for men, and therefore with these two as being the ultimate manifestation of womanhood, it sets up women to be vulnerable and sets up men to believe that they have a right to women's body. It allows the society to feel like they should determine how they value a woman based on her sexual expression, whether she wants to have children or not have children, can she consent or deny her husband when she is not in the mood, or if she's ill, or she pretty much needs some time by herself. So we have all of these rules for how women show up sexually in our society. And I think because of this, it's very difficult to address the issue of sexual abuse. It's so rationalized and normalized. But I think it's something that we need to address. We need to talk about it more. We need to recognize that it is not okay. And a lot of the sexual violations are breaches of law. And we need to start prosecuting persons around this.
You can register right now for the Elevate Her Summit happening on Wednesday, May 31 at the Chinese Benevolent Association starting at 10 a.m. Send us an email for more details at elevatehersummitja@gmail.com.
I remember having an experience when I was about 6 or 7. I remember the young man would have been about 13 or 14. I didn't even ascribe the word sex or sexual activity to it at that time. For me, it was just an issue of how I was brought up, you know. In the country, we play mother and father and dolly house. And it was a natural part of how maleness and femaleness would, you know, hug and whatever that looked like. So I never thought about it in any sinister way. It never felt bad. It never felt wrong. One of the messages I took away from that is things don't always feel bad. Things don't always feel wrong. But that doesn't mean that they are not. And as I went through my adolescent and young adult years, I just thought about all the different ways that I would have experienced sexual activity that were, one, illegal because they were involved older men than I was, or two, abusive because they just didn't value me. And yet I didn't name it as it was that. Until I was having a conversation in my 40s with friends, my immediate circle, and someone said, do you realize that those men were pedophiles? And that was a changing point for me, because I recognize that there are many, many women and girls in Jamaica who would have experienced what I call the overt sexual violation as girls. But because it didn't seem as though it was physically traumatic, it went undealt with, but it had very similar impact. It was not any less impactful. And so the issue around how girls were being treated, how girls were experiencing sexual initiation became a big deal for me. And I think the work that I now do is a direct result of my understanding. I believe it's time, and it was time, to start a movement to provide a light on this dark space.
You can register right now for the Elevate Her Summit happening on Wednesday, May 31 at the Chinese Benevolent Association starting at 10 a.m. Send us an email for more details at elevatehersummitja@gmail.com.
Who can tell me the time? What time is it?
125.
Eh?
125.
I heard you. 125? Whoa, we got a lot of work to do. Yes, yes, report child abuse. The Ministry of Education and Youth. CPFSA? Amen, in the building. Know you well. So many great agencies and partners here. All right, so we are going to hear from you, our facilitators, our participants, so many stakeholders here today. And we've decided to come now into this village circle of change, of solution, conversation. And I'll guide you because we are documenting everything that you came up with to put it into some kind of action item, yeah? To bring the change that we want to see. So before we do that, we have some partners who are working in different spaces. Is that Peter Gay? Welcome, Peter Gay. A survivor of abuse, right? Let's give it up for Peter Gay, who's just joining us. Love my survivors. Peter Gay will also join in the discussion as we continue our session here today. But right now, I'm going to invite one of our partners, LASCO, and we have the case manager of LASCO Chin Foundation, who is working in trafficking in persons. Yeah, they have an initiative. So she's going to greet us and tell us a little bit about the solutions coming from the Child Trafficking Project. And then we move into the conversation about what you discussed, yeah? And put it into some kind of action item somewhere. Are we the interrupters? Are we the preventative measures? Are we the social change agents of culture? We're gonna figure that out, and we all are gonna leave here committed to play a part somewhere or to join an already established organization like Eat for Life, doing the work. They need strengthening. They need your support so we can already, we don't have to reinvent the wheel sometime, you know. We just have to join the advocacy train, yeah? And move it a little faster. You with me? Haile Selassie high in the building, make some noise. Yeah, all right, the Emperor's School, I want to lead the change. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's now hear from Anna Kay live. She's coming in live from St. Thomas, so we will listen to her quick summary of the Child Trafficking Project. So you can feast your eyes on the screen for me, please. Give us a second while we connect the audio. Give me 60 seconds, and if not, I'm going to make an executive decision to move along. All right? We're gonna, while we do that, I'm gonna have to ask one of these young girls a question. Can I get a roaming mic or roving mic? Thank you. All right. So, Haile Selassie, young ladies, come here. Pretty girl, come here. Why me? Because you're amazing. I love when I do that, you know. I say, come here, and they say, but miss, why me? Tell her she's amazing, that's why. Amazing. Come on, cheer her on. Look at that smile. You know, my ultimate goal in life is to get every young Jamaican girl to step up on every stage that they're invited with confidence, knowing that they are worth it, that they are beautiful, and they have the power to change our world to make it a better place. Now, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, now, come here. Come here, you're gonna hold the mic. This is good practice, you know. Public speaking 101, Crystal Tomlinson. Okay, that's a camera. Come to the camera. Look in here and say, I am wonderful.
I am wonderful.
Look in the camera and say, I am a change agent.
I am a change angel.
Now tell me, if we could paint a picture of Jamaica, what would it look like where girls are free from violence? What does that Jamaica look like for girls like you? Paint that picture for me.
A beautiful girl.
A beautiful girl? That's right. Unbroken. What else? What does the home look like for a little girl in Jamaica free of violence?
A wonderful home.
A wonderful what? Home. And if we could paint that picture of a wonderful home, tell me what happens in that home.
Everybody would love it.
Eh?
Everybody would love it.
Everybody would love it. What the world needs now. Say our voice I heard. She forget the words in her ear. My voice I heard. Well done. A beautiful, beautiful home with lots of love. Thank you for participating, beautiful one. Do we have the audio ready? Okay, we're going to hear now from the Lasco Chin Foundation's Child Trafficking Project.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Anna Kay, we can hear you clearly. Thank you and welcome.
All right, great. Thank you for having me. So just to give a quick overview of our child trafficking intervention project, and as it suggests, intervention, which we partnered with the WINRAP International Post, and this would have taken place between October to May period, where we had targets of awareness session, training of trainers, and we also had a target for our livelihood sessions for parents and cognitive behavioral therapy and a social work service for 10 selected students. We had a target of 700 for the awareness, where we surpassed 836 persons. Successfully had our 90 persons training of trainers, including police officers, teachers within the community, persons who we were confident could spread the word and share the information. And from 11 children of 10 households were able to successfully complete entrepreneurship training for the head of the household to provide psychosocial therapy and different sessions for the children as well.
Thank you, Anna Kay. And where can we follow up with the project and see and hear more?
Well, the project would have completed, but all information you can feel free to check out our website, Lasco Chin Foundation, as well as our social media pages. And also feel free to visit the office if you're passing by on Red Hills Road in Kingston.
Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. Let's give it up for one of our partners, being a part of the change to end violence against our women and girls. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move now to, we're going to look at the issue. We're going to look at the solution. We're going to look at the community we're serving. We're going to look at how we actually implement the change that we want to see. Then we're going to ask ourselves, who are we? Are we the interrupters? Are we the preventative measures agency? Are we the changing the social norm advocate? So we're going to put ourselves into something today. We are going to commit to something. You understand me? You can't leave here and just go home. We're on a mission. You understand? All right. And I have all of your phone numbers. I know where you live. I know your auntie number, your cousin number. And I'm going to check in on you every week to make sure you do something. Right? I know your address. 4 Lane Plaza, 4 Industry Drive. Stephanie. Big up my actress, Stephanie, in the video and a part of the production team of the video you saw earlier. I recognize her in the audience. Oh, can I get your autograph? Stephanie, thank you. An advocacy actress. Yeah, that's big. So let's jump on this advocacy train and start with the first group. Inspector, where are you? We're going to look at the group that focused on physical violence. And we're going to ask you to share with us what happened, but you all had a sheet. So we want you to break it down for us. You know, the issue, the community, the solution, the target group, and your desired outcome, as well as where do you play your part as a group? Do you want to join E for Life? You want to join the Queen Beverly Manley's advocacy train? You want to join this advocacy group with the Joan Duncan Foundation? Let me know where you see yourself. Or are you going to start something new, right? Is it policy change that you want? Do you want to go into the prisons, the juvenile centers? Do you want to go on the streets, halfway tree? Where y'all go? Where y'all do? And what kind of change do you want to see? So we got to have an action plan. So let's invite now the first group, physical violence, to take the floor. That is Inspector Raquel Longmore. Where are you, Raquel?
All right, before Raquel starts, I wanted to give a little, come Raquel, come forward. It's not going to take long, it's going to take me about 2 minutes, context. So when we talk about interruption, prevention, and changing social norms, that's because in Jamaica, violence is like a disease, it's an epidemic. When you're treating a disease, just like how when we're treating COVID, first thing we have to do is interrupt it. Find out who have it and stop them from spreading it, right? That's the first thing you do. So you interrupt the violence from occurring. Second thing you do is you prevent it from spreading with COVID, right? Remember, no movement days. You don't want it spread. So the second part of fixing violence in the country is preventing the spread of violence, preventing the recurrence of the violence. So when it's occurring, interrupt it. You stop it from occurring. And then you prevent it from occurring again. And then the third thing is you change the behavior, the social norms. That's what we did with COVID. You have to wash your hand. You have to make sure you sanitize. Make sure you wear your mask. That was part of prevention, but getting more healthy and understanding what it means to spread a disease is a social norm. We now need to work out, we heard about the social norms from Joy, the gender construct. We heard about the way women and men see each other and see our roles in the society as the source of the violence. Changing social norms is one aspect of it. So any solution we have will fall into one of those 3 buckets. Interrupting the violence, preventing the violence from occurring, and changing the social norms that cause the violence to occur. So when you are presenting, you may not have thought of it in this way, but I want you all to listen to the presentation with that in mind. Listen to the solutions, because when you are giving your feedback, we are going to explore that. Because this is going to be a discussion, not a full presentation. So prepare up yourself to discuss. All right?
Thank you, lady. Trisha? All right, Inspector Raquel Longmore, you're starting off. You have a hard job in front of you. But as we said, it's a discussion, so make a reason. Tell us what happened in your session.
What is it? I'm going to listen in a minute.
We had a very interactive session. Right?
Yeah, please.
And while at some point it was very emotional because we had victims of physical abuse in that group. Happy for me, I am coming from the DVI Center, which operates in the right?
You want to break down that acronym?
Domestic Violence Prevention Unit. So we treated this all the time. So we listened to persons and we had a number of solutions where persons, they themselves said that we need to have like socialization. They said that we need to have empowerment as it relates to the women. They mentioned that we need to have proper community intervention, like the different centers where you can have females participate in different programs. And then I thrust in where we at the DV Eye Care Center, we have 10 DV Eye Care Centers island-wide, which treats with violence.
And we don't stop at women or children, right? We do it for men because we are aware that we have perpetrators who are females or males. So I use the opportunity to have them know that we have 10 centers island-wide. We also have still boards up at the different parishes where we have the DV centers. And all these DV centers have center managers who are trained, and we work closely with pastors, station pastors, as also chaplains from the JCF, right? And we also do community interventions where we go out and have the pop-ups where we call Police on Parade, giving support to communities. So we go out and sensitize and try to let the communities know that there are other ways of treating with violence other than being physical or any other thing like that. But it was a very interactive session, and I use the opportunity to highlight some of the things we're doing as a JCF. Thank you.
So one of the issues, so physical violence was that was a major issue in your group?
Yes.
Did we identify the types of physical violence and who the perpetrators were? I mean, we obviously know that the victims were in a group, but did they explain where this physical violence is happening?
Yes, we got synopsis of some of the things that they went through, and there are persons who are still suffering from the trauma even though they are moved away. So I have reached out, and I will be working closely with them.
So
the abusers were like husbands. Those examples that we got were husbands.
Okay, so we realize that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Patricia, because I really want us to have this discussion. Something that I don't think we speak about enough is the fact that the trauma lingers, and how does that affect somebody? And what is the solution now to address the trauma? That is something that has to be a part of the program. And so I want to know if you discussed that community group.
Yes, we did. Counseling the different church groups that are actively involved with us. I told them, I think we had like 3 or 4 persons who expressed that they were victim of physical abuse. So counseling, I think, will play a major role with them because persons became emotional just by, going back through that. So we will be working together.
And I'll hand it over to Tricia. My last point, Lady Patricia, is this. We speak of counseling, it's a very expensive affair. And I want us to be very realistic. How do we provide counseling for these women? Who provides it? Who funds it? We have to work through this. So I'm putting that out there for us to consider. Over to you, Patricia.
Which is where I was going. I want to ask a question. So this brings up an issue of access first to even the intervention from the police, because we're talking about 10 stations across the whole island, 10 domestic violence centers across the whole island. So when you're thinking through solution, and this a domestic violence center comes at the point of interruption, right? Because the violence has occurred. So you are now interrupting after the fact, and you are going to now interrupt to make sure it doesn't, and then you want to try to prevent it from occurring. All right? Question that I'm putting out there. Do we believe we have, with 10 domestic violence centers across the island, do we believe we have enough? If not, is part of our solution advocating for more centers and working out more? That's what I'm trying to get you all to think it through. So, we don't have enough? What is our solution? We need more. Eh? Ideally, one in every police station. Let's put forward what we think is ideal, right? So I'm just doing this now because I want you all to put your voice in the room. It is not to say, so the police are doing what they can do right now with the resources that are applied. But if it were enough, we would not be in this room. We are in the room because it's not yet enough. Yeah, man.
Okay, so whilst we have the 10 DVD eye care centers throughout the different parishes, right? We also train the different pastors, We're training police officers. We have a trainer the trainers coming up next month where we're training persons to go back in the field to enrich the field out there. And we also have the chaplaincy unit, as I said, that's working closely with the DVI care centers, right? So all the centers, they're not enough. They're truly not enough. But the external partners are working with us, because as we speak, we're lobbying to get one in Manchester. So it's work in progress.
So can I ask the room as a solution to the question Patricia asked as well, Inspector? Is there anybody here that has heard of the DV centers? Or better yet, raise your hand if you've never heard of these centers. Let's see, let's get a true, accurate picture of what we know and what we don't know, because information is really key here. All right, so let's look at the room and talk about, there are 10 centers, but raise your hand again if you've never heard of these domestic violence centers. I need to know. Raise your hand and participate with me. Look at the room. So all these women, this is representative of a sample group of the country. All of these women here have no idea where to go. So we have work to do in how we communicate, because you can build center after center. So we need to look at that solution of letting people know that the service is available. How do we do that? Can anybody help us?
Action item. Action item. So we're not going to flesh out every solution in this room, but we're going to take this as an action item, because at the end of this space, we are going to have a few committees set up to make every idea into an implementable idea. So one action item that just came out of this space, and I really want you all to put your voice in the room. I don't want just those who already have the mic, otherwise I was going to come and put a mic in somebody's hand and make them talk, right? One solution that has just come out of this space is, how do we support the communication about the resources that are already available on the ground? So that's one thing that we could do to support the process of what's already occurring with the police, right? So supporting, that's one thing. The second one that came out of this was, how do we advocate for more money to be applied from the government to expanding the number of DV eye care centers that we have in Jamaica, right? Somebody's saying government/private sector. That's a suggestion. I don't agree with it. I think government must do government work. I believe so, but we're going to write it down, because I am not a law unto myself in this room, because we are going to explore it. But I'm just giving you my perspective. I really believe government must do government work, and government must put money into the people of Jamaica. And people of Jamaica include women. More money have to spend on women.
All right, thank you, Patricia. We have a couple more comments on physical violence in that group. Yes, go ahead. Just introduce yourself and tell us where you're from before you speak as well.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Portia Lee. I'm just one of the volunteers here. I was observing the conversation in the physical violence group on the topic of lack of funding to access the long-term counseling support that we're discussing. One of the possible solutions that came out is that there should be more funding through the government and insurance companies to provide state care level access to counseling and support services. So what this means is that the discussion brought out that there should be a reclassification of PTSD related domestic violence. And by reclassifying it, then we can ask the insurance companies to start weighing in on actually covering PTSD related violence. So
I agree.
So when we do that, we not only provide access through government, we start to personalize the care. I can go with my health card, and I can go and access, by swiping my card, counseling-related services. So that came out.
Listen, and there's no change without advocacy, you know. And she said something very important. Insurance will cover with diabetes and all of these things we need to discuss, hypertension. But post-traumatic stress, PTSD, is something that I think is even graver than some of these physical illnesses. It cripples us as a society. It's a sickness. And so who's going to jump on that advocacy? Yeah? Call your MP, call your senators. Let's get wild with it. And call these insurance companies out. Let's go. I'm excited. I love that one. Yes?
I'm Eden Ding. Actually, I'm from China. Because I'm from different culture. Meanwhile, I'm a man. So I would rather share from different perspective in terms different culture and different gender. And I fully appreciate this lady or girls, whatever, and her ideas that there should be a lot of funding from the public sector. But actually, I have my personal view. I think there's a models from outside of China, even China or Jamaica. We call Denmark models. The Denmark models, they have the government funding. Meanwhile, there's a lot of the private sectors, they give the contribution. Actually, why I'm saying that, actually, today I was thinking my mother. I was thinking my childhood. My mother she's very short. And from appearance, she looks weak. But however, she's very strong in the mindset. I think what support her to be strong because of, she got education. And meanwhile, she know what she could do. So what I'm trying to say is, there should be not the limitation either from the public sector or private sector. Everybody can make the contribution in terms of give the money to support others or even to influence others. Why I'm just mentioning my mother's story. I think the people you could be looks very weak, or you could, from different culture or different genders, but everybody can influence others. To the last, but not the least, not the last. So I would like to take one responsibility to start from today to set up a kind of foundation, which means to raising the fund. I know that it could be a long way to go, but however, myself, I will try my best to support anybody want and to raising the money. I hope maybe the next year or some anniversary several years later, I'm here and I can share the data, how much money or how much funding I have raised. But however, I really hope that everybody can, work together, make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Woo!
We have one chair of one of the committees, the fundraising committee. We have one chair
we're going to have to bring
already.
you up. But go ahead, Patricia, the fundraising
we have
committee.
one chair of one of our post-summit committees. No, I'm sorry, he just offered. Fundraising committee. You are our chair.
And
there is somebody at the back who asked for a mic.
I'm going to be radical. The next speaker, as we do this, I don't have any links in China, you understand? So while Una build the highway, make them donate. Yeah, we have links in China. All right, we're going to move. Thank you for your contribution and your support. We're going to move now to you, and then we're going to go to the next group. My lady, say who you are as well, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Renice. All right. She talked about insurance. What about women who are being abused who don't have insurance, who are from rural areas, who are from poor backgrounds, but are experiencing it? What about, she's talked about centers that really don't work at no point.
Oh, they don't work?
Don't work.
Oh, all right.
No
All right,
point.
I want to help you to rephrase this. A way that we could improve this center is to make it do what differently?
All right. When you're talking about having a center, From my point of view, I am a victim. I've reached out to Gender of Bureau. There are a number of, I use the internet to search for every number to get help. The only thing I got was to go on part. That not help me. That's the only thing.
So access to the information as to where to get the help is not there.
It's there, but when you reach out, you're not getting the help. You go to the police, it doesn't make a difference. They take a statement, they give you a piece of receipt, and you reach nowhere. The perpetrators are still out there. They still get to abuse another victim. They still get to do stuff that they're not supposed to do. Especially when it comes to our kids, too much of them are walk. I've been a victim, my daughter is a victim now. I don't know about no other else in here. I've dedicated my life to be anywhere there is a program like this to help young girls because I know where I've walked. And this is the thing.
Let me ask you a question.
It's not easy.
I want to ask you a question. I want to interrupt you now. I interrupt you now on purpose because I want to carry us into the solution mode. So the problem I'm hearing you highlight right here is that when you go to the police station, you make the report, you get your receipt, but there is no real protection from the violence because you're going to go home with the receipt.
You're
right?
going back in the set.
So the question is, how do you fast track that process? Because I've tried to help somebody through the process of the restraining order. How do you fast track that process?
Restraining order is just another piece of paper.
Another piece of paper. All right. What would you change?
What I would change, for me, personally, I want to build a building for every person who is being molested, being abused, can come, give them a job. Doesn't really matter how small it is. You have to encourage them. Because it's not easy to leave a narcissistic person. It's not easy to walk out for abusive relationship. When you know you're left and you're not nothing to go back to, and worse if you have left and can't take nothing, I am starting all over. I am a product of that. Since I leave, I build a shop. I'm on a journey where I'm building myself. Without the help of no government society, without the help of no community member, I have to be strong for my kids. I tell myself every day, this is it. I can't get sick. One, I can't get sick. Two, I have to always educate them. Everybody is a perpetrator. Trust no one. You have to, yes, people are going to say, you can't say that, but I have to keep educating them. I trust no one around them. I don't allow them to go certain places. My daughter now, she's like you have to call it, she would have said the house of prison. But I told her it's for her own good. I rather know that she is safe. I told her if we play and I touch her bad, mommy, you touch me and I don't like it. Me not gonna be like some parents, me not gonna pretty up.
All right, so we're going to carry you now to a solution now. Because you just give me 4 solutions in what you just said a while ago. So we can move on to the, because we're going to move on, because we know Empress wants to move on. But the 4 solutions, I want you to know that you gave me 4 solutions. 1, build more shelters. People need somewhere safe to go to when they're in an abusive situation.
Yes.
2 was educate your children about the possibility of abuse and how to identify it.
Yes.
I don't agree with it. No, don't trust nobody part. Right? Number 3, you gave a solution to say, make yourself independent. Believe in yourself. So you need some program that will help the woman to believe in herself as she's going through the process, even if she got a shelter. And there was a 4th and I don't remember it. You remember any more?
I think what came out of that is something that most women that are being abused, especially as children, and Joy will confirm this, a lot of times the cases don't follow through. A lot of these children, they're abandoned along the way. They have nobody to support them in court. So we have to look at that part of it. But she mentioned something which is called holding her hand, which is what came to my mind. Who holds their hand all the way through when the government agencies are not picking up the phone? They're very archaic. Right now, I'm trying to call the Hope Institute because my dad has stage 4 cancer and I can't get through to none of the number them. And it is the most frustrating thing. And I have access to Senator Bearer down there. My God, for the woman who can't even get a phone call to be sitting on the line there. So we need somebody that takes them through from the beginning of the abuse right through and have a case file. You know, so I think that's something we have to consider at the level of advocacy, those who help them through. But your story, your pain, it also speaks, I think, of education. And at the level where we can access them quickly is in the classroom. How do we teach the children as a part of the curriculum about abuse and this culture that we live within and how to empower and protect themselves to know the good, bad touch. So we have to reimagine and reinvent how we educate our girls and our boys, because the boy them need to understand.
I remember number 4, where she started, NHF. So we're talking about the private health insurance companies classifying PTSD and giving it as a benefit. In the same way that NHF does diabetes, high blood pressure, we should advocate for NHF to do PTSD and counseling for domestic violence survivors.
That's an action item. That's definitely an advocacy action item. I know we're still on this one. We have a lot that came from that group. Thank you so much, participants. We have to move now to the next group, the breakout session, which was sexual abuse of women. Monique McDonough, take us through some of those. Oh, we have one. You have one more? We'll come to that in a minute. Where's Monique? Monique, I want you to share with us some of the issues that came out of the session, the suggested solutions, and how we can bring the advocate. Can I just big up Monique? Sorry, y'all don't even understand. And Monique might not tell you her story, but me know her story. And when me say survivor, me I tell you, say that woman there who can take her pain and make it her advocacy, let me tell you, that's a strong woman. I love her so much. Monique, I'm sorry for telling you a story, but I don't know. You are like a superhero. All right, Monique, tell us about your session.
All right. Can we interrupt Monique a little bit? So, hi, Diane. I'm glad you're here. Yes. Empress, I want to make a little switch. Somebody has to leave. The facilitator for the sexual abuse of girls wants to go first because she has to leave. So
Okay,
we're switching up on Monique. So where is she? Stephanie?
Oh, Stephanie, you did that group. Oh, Rochelle and Stephanie? Okay. All right, come guys, come forward. Come, Rochelle.
Okay, all right. Well, in the interest of time, good afternoon, everyone. Elevate Her Summit, thank you so much for hosting this. So yes, Rochelle was our facilitator from E for Life, amazing survivor. But we also had the pleasure of having Delmarine Morris Williams in our group, who was the person on the video that you watched. Although we were focused on abuse of girls, of course, we could not help but talk about women. So the conversation really started with highlighting that problem of the risk of trying to escape an abusive situation, the risk involved with that. And so we talked about how hard it is. And we also had Bernice in our group. So it's bare powerhouses, you know, in this room, but especially in our group. Bernice, talked a lot about the hardship of leaving that situation. And so we also looked at when you go to the police, what that's like. You know, in Delmarine's case, she experienced going to the police with blood all over her face and police telling her that she should just go home and have sex with the man who was abusing her as the solution. So obviously that is not the solution. So what we need desperately is effective training, sensitization for police, not just them, but also, yes, thanks, no problem. We hear about the domestic violence intervention centers, and I am aware of them. I work in this space. Those are very important, and we're grateful for that step. But there are so few, as we said, there are 10 of them, and it's very specialized training required for that kind of help, right? But on a basic level, the police who are taking the statements, how are they following up with their investigations? You hear she say she writes statement, she gets a liquor form. I've carried several victims, and that's also the case. They just get a form and they just leave. So how can we intervene in the actual investigation process of these reports? Because it doesn't encourage victims to report when them going to report it and nothing happens, right? So that was one of the main things, and I want. Well, we said training. We are emphasizing training of the police force. Training of the police force. Effective training. This is not to say this does not exist already. It just needs to improve, right? So maybe we need to draw on maybe more international support, where maybe we're seeing a difference made in other territories. We need help with our police force. There was also mention of the culture of silence, and one very important point made was how silence is the coping mechanism for a lot of people. So we believe that more peer support and helping girls to break silence needs to be encouraged. So we need to create spaces for girls and women to share these conversations, especially survivors who can then now say, well, this is what I did, or this is who helped me. So we need to create those spaces in the schools, in the churches, in the workplaces even, because there are victims in the workplaces, right? So we need to be creating more spaces where girls and women can have these conversations. We talked about revising the reporting mechanisms again, back to the police issue. When victims go in and they have to report it to this person, then they have to report it to the victim support unit, then they have to report it to the medical person. So many times they have to keep on rehearsing and repeating what has happened to them. We believe that we need to create a system where they can give the statement one time, or as few times as possible. So if we can have some intervention again within the police reporting system to support the victim. It's the victim we need to be thinking about. We also heard from a student, and she said that poor relationship with parents is a real problem, because when the issue happens to them, that's when the silence comes in. They don't want to tell their mother or anybody in their family what has happened because of poor relationships. So we need to be having some parent support around this issue specifically. Parents need support on how to help their children if they have been raped or molested or victimized. I'm sure parents in the room would agree. If this happened to your child, do you know what to do? Do you know what steps to take? So we need training for parents, and we need to be fostering healthy communication, especially between mothers and daughters. We talked about having more open conversations at home, sharing the information at an earlier stage in life. So not just when children get to high school or whatever, from as young as possible. And we know you want to think about not oversharing, but the reality is the world that we live in, we have to just start talking to children, and it has to start at home. So we need to teach children. We heard some of these things earlier. Safe touch. What are the steps to take if those touches are not safe? What do the children do in that event, right? And so we also talked about being clear on defining certain terms and phrases. Like when we say, oh, it's just a generational thing, what does that mean? What does a cycle of abuse really mean? So there was a suggestion made of creating a tool, using media. Create a tool that can be broadcasted, that really defines what these things are. And let's use up all of the advertising mediums, billboards, all the different medium need to be used to teach people. And we want to see that across the board, not just in Kingston, but in rural areas. And so I'll end with one last thing that we said. We had top 3 with 4 calls to action. So 4 things to wrap up everything. We want to increase awareness of resources that exist. So we need corporate Jamaica, however, we need the funding to be pumped into promoting E4Life services, all the different organizations that can help, all the different resources that exist. The DVI centers, we don't know about them. Why? Because there's not enough funding, I imagine, to be promoting them. So we need to promote these things. Then we said that, secondly, every child must have at least one person they can trust towards intervention. So every single child. So I'm challenging, and we are challenging as a group, every single person here to be that person that a child can come to. Every single one of us has that responsibility. Every single one of us. And the third thing was to support survivors with sharing their stories, because survivors know a lot. He who feels it knows it. And the last thing is to train anyone who is interested in becoming a change maker. Anybody should be able to access those resources so they can be empowered to help those in need.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm not going to come back in and summarize what each person said because I know we have a long agenda. So I'm going to just keep the microphone flowing, going to you. Please make note of all the solutions that come out of everybody's suggestions and story. Right. Okay, and if you have solutions on your paper, please capture it for us and we'll tell you how you can share it with us. Let's go to Joy and then this lady here at the back. Give us a second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Empress. Just 2 quick things. Interfacing with the police and sexual violence, one of the intervention needs to be strengthening the survivor. Human rights, we don't talk about human rights. One of the root cause is a breach of human rights. There are many human rights conventions that as a country we have signed on to that we need to start holding people accountable, and the state, as well as just legal literacy and the law. One of the things that we have been able to do successfully in our group is that we teach legal literacy. They know when they go into the police station what they are to expect. They know where to go if they don't get what they expect. They know how to engage, ask for badge numbers, what they're entitled to. We need to put that out so people know what the law says that is their right to obtain. So without that, persons go and they report, they don't know, and they're sent home and they go home. They don't do anything else. And we like to say every boss have a boss. So if there's a police officer that has an infraction, you can report him. And if the whole police station, if you get a report, what people don't know. So a part of the campaign is make sure that women and girls know what is due to them under law. So when the man breaches a protective order and the police says, go home and work it out, you said to him, no, you have a responsibility to lock him up. But they don't know that.
And so it goes back to what's our priority when it comes to education. And I ask you all to think about what education do we really need, right, to have a violence-free society. Is it just math, English, social studies? Huh? We need to think about what kind of education do we, the people, need considering our circumstances. Please, How do we reimagine education and prioritize the right kind of education for us? Because I'm tired. And I know many of you are tired too. But look at the information that is wealth of knowledge at E4Life, and just E4Life and Joy people know. We need to spread the knowledge. And how do we do it? Let's talk about that later on in solutions. I have this other lady at the back and then this lady here. Let's go. She was waiting.
Thank you. So just to add to what she would have said earlier, yes, we have police that we can train to do these things, but we also have social workers. We have a lot of university students graduating without a job because the government isn't employing social workers, and we need social workers, especially in these vulnerable communities. So if we utilize those social workers and to have them in the vulnerable communities, then later on we can think about training police, but we need to utilize the resource that we have at hand.
Thank you. And something else I want to add to that is an audit, a national audit. How many social workers do we really have to address the needs? How many psychologists and therapists do we really have to address the reality of the people who are in pain and suffering? Do we even have enough resources in manpower? And I can tell you right now, I've done the work, we don't. So we got a major problem, and I've been saying it, I'm putting my 2 cents worth, and we need to import an army of therapists.
Okay, I thank you are with me, because PNP Women's Movement, we are clear. Jamaica needs an army of social workers, not an army of soldiers. And until we employ an army of social workers, right now we have 8,000 people in our army. If we had 8,000 social workers, we wouldn't need the police and the army, the amount that we have.
I agree. I agree. So we are import. My lady.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ooh, hold on. I have to say, talk up, woman. I have to talk up, woman. You have to talk low.
Good afternoon, everyone. An issue was also raised in terms of when the domestic abuse victims go to the police station and they make the report, they just have a slip to show, but who is following up? Who is really following up to assist them to see what's happening, if there's any change? Are they still in the situation? Now, my suggestion is to get mentors, former survivors of domestic abuse, to mentor and empower the current victims through collaboration with the JCF, because it is so common, you can find it almost everywhere.
1 in 4.
So get them to collaborate.
1 in 3 now.
Get them to collaborate with the JCF. This will provide continuity and follow-up for the victims, because as you know, persons just need a voice. They need somebody who they can identify with to open up.
I agree with you. And what I'm going to charge you to do, as somebody who mentors hundreds, some of them in the room, is that mentorship takes money, time, and a lot of work. And not everybody has the ability to mentor because they haven't been healed. Not only that, E4Life, one of the best agencies in this country, doing the work of mentorship that needs to be strengthened.
I know, we're strengthening E4Life, but we also want everyone behind here to remember. So that every idea, when we put on paper, every idea is going to be worked through in an implementable way.
How to do it.
How to do it. Some will be through E4Life, some will be through advocating for army of social workers, some will be through somebody else who has another.
But I just wanted I wanted everybody to think of the how to in your own area. How do you provide mentorship? And the reason I said there are already examples set. Sometimes we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to just strengthen the wheel and aisle it up a little more with our efforts, right? So with all the groups, we also need a space where we can see the groups. Because we're here talking about all these groups. Where do you press a button? It's an easy website, and say all of the groups dealing with violence against women.
So that's another actionable item to create that website that everybody, I think Spotlight Initiative might have been charged with doing something like that through the UN, but I'm not sure if it's done. How do we help them and strengthen them?
We have to move quickly on this one, Joy.
So there are about 3 directories around violence. There's one on the National Family Planning Association website. Bureau should have one as well. But again, it's about making sure that the links are available through our public campaign. All right. And just one thing about, as we deliberate, the issue around, and I heard the pain of my sister that was sharing, when we are setting up our response, the social work service, that kind of stuff, they need to be trained specifically to learn how to respond to victims of violence, and there is a training that does that. That is approved by WHO, so we can share that with you.
Okay, yeah.
Empress, I wanted to.
Sorry, Donna, this one, go ahead. We're gonna, let me take this young lady. Go ahead. Thank you, Suzanne. Oh, hold on. You have to talk in the mic, my lady.
Good afternoon.
I know you.
Yes, you do. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? No? Yes? Yes. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yes. Good afternoon. I have a question.
Check if it's on, or you have to come to me. Press the middle button. Do this. Go like this. Wait, go. Ah! All right, it's tapped. Now you have to speak up from the diaphragm. Everybody say, oh. Say, oh. All right, let's go. The mic is on, you know. Okay, so while that's happening, maybe you could go ahead, Donna, while we sort that out.
I don't think it's on? Yeah. Okay, great. I was thinking that an idea that came out, or I'd like to share, is that, anybody remember two is better than too many? You know that kind of thing? Right, where you have that program. So to me, it would be good for us as all these groups coming together to be clear what is the three key things that we're going to change in the country. One could be every child knows about Safe Touch, because interestingly in our little group we had children in there that did not know about Safe Touch. So we could set some objectives for ourselves as a country. Every child in our country knows about Safe Touch. Every child in our country has somebody that is safe for them to talk to. Because sometimes it cannot be your mother based on the situation, or your father, but every child. And we put things in place to make sure that every child has somebody that they can talk to. And the third thing, when you're using that opportunity, every child know how beautiful they are and the greatness that is inside of them. Just, you roll that in same time. You know what I mean? So we could stand for, I think we need some objectives where we stand for that. And we say, this is a country where every child in our country knows they're beautiful. Every child in the country knows what Safe Touch is. And every child in our country has somebody safe that they can talk to. So I think we need to set some specific goals like that. We can start by every child in school, because in our class, in our meeting, there were children that did not know Safe Touch. So if we're going to prevent, we're going to have to be that, take that kind of approach.
I agree.
And then further to the other thing was that, that Stephanie was talking about is, can you imagine, just like how Stephanie did that movie with the other, where is she? She gone? The lady who was abused. And she shared her story, Del Marie. You see how Stephanie did a movie with Del Marie, and we get an understanding of the different types of abuse. If we can do a proper, bigger movie, because there's more. Del Marie have more to tell. As a matter of fact, just to identify all the types of abuse that we want to be clear in our country that we are not standing for. So we can break the cycle, identify and break the cycle. So I think a movie, and can you imagine, anybody, I'm kind of old now, but anybody know what is that, Blade and the Cross? There was a movie that they used to play in school, in high school, Cross and the Blade. And the reason about that was to educate everybody, and the whole was saved after we watched the movie. We need a movie like that, where everybody have the clarity about what doesn't people. Del Marie, remember you said you weren't even aware that it was wrong. You know what I mean? So that is what I'd like to put on the table.
All right, thank you, Donna. We're going to move now to the back and hear another view and solution, and then we're going to move to the next group to hear what happened in their breakout session. All right.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Hold the state accountable is one part of the question. Second part of the question is, where do you go? So we need a solution to where do you go? How do we look after those who are abused in state care?
Well, that's a very important question. And I guess Joy could help me. So there's a public defender, right? We could start there. You raise your eyebrow, so you need to respond if that was a step that was taken where there was no justice, because it's very important we look at who is responsible for our children in state care. The state is responsible. Who holds the state accountable when they have not done what they were charged to do? Very good question. And it goes back to another group which we need to identify: who is the advocate for children? Now, the children's advocate, from my knowledge, is supposed to be the agency that a child goes to pre, post, and during the abuse to say, you must now work for me because that's what you're paid to do, charged to do, and this is what happened to me. And if the children's advocate, the current person is Diane Gordon Harrison, and if that office, led by her, does not respond, there's another thing that we do, which I know Andre Stevens is good with. No, that's another part, is advocacy from the street. It is to go out and have that voice, to protest, to let the media know. There are many ways to advocate for change. But let me ask you to respond. When you ask the question, I told you who, I want you to respond to what's the next step if that doesn't work, or did it not work, or what do we need to do better?
Okay, so if the court deems you are emotionally unstable, if the court deems you emotionally unstable because whatever trauma you've been through, you didn't want to go to court. You didn't want to go to court, so you're emotionally unstable and it was thrown out. But in your eyes, there's too much evidence for you to hold on to.
Okay, so for that, you now need to do an appeal. But the issue is, and there's a lawyer here who can tell you how you can appeal, but the issue is that sometimes the money's not there for the appeal, and that's where you go. So what I would say to you is that let us take this one off air and we have a direct conversation with you, right, afterwards, okay?
Yeah.
We're going to take this one off air, Joy, and have a direct conversation with Diane and, remind me your name again? Huh?
Either
Monique.
way.
Diane and Monique will have a direct conversation about it.
And either way, for everybody here, that is a national discussion that must be had. What happens when the child is not protected by the state? And we need to advocate support groups so they know exactly what to do. What is the victim support unit doing? What are these agencies that are charged to protect the children doing? We must hold them accountable. Accountability. There's strength in numbers and holding them accountable. But you've got to be hungry for the change. You can't be afraid to speak up with information and knowledge. You understand? I know your story and you're going through what you went through and many others are. So maybe your advocacy now is to be informed informed enough
All right,
to go and
Empress.
mentor others to be the change. That's a solution. I'm going to move to the next group because we don't have long. I have
No,
to.
I just want to quickly say.
My Haile Selassie teacher, go ahead.
And also the president of the Social Work Association of Jamaica. You were asking the question, but I'd gone over there to deal with one of my students, in terms of the army of social workers. Every year, University of the West Indies graduate 50 social work students. Northern Caribbean University does the same. We have NCU, JTS. So we're talking about the army comes out every year. The fact of the matter is that social workers are not employed in some of these institutions where social workers are supposed to be employed. They don't employ, because in a case of where you are supposed to have social workers as house mothers or social workers in the police, they're not employed in those areas. And the burden of proof is that when we speak and advocate as social workers on behalf of our clients, we're bound by certain confidentiality that we can't share exactly what we're talking about. But we can do share. But social workers come out every year. We're talking about 500 approximately graduating from different institutions every year. But they're not being employed. And those who are being employed after 5 years, they migrate to the United States. I get tons of email from Social Work England asking me to verify Jamaican social workers who have migrated to England, Canada, and the United States because they're not being employed in Jamaica.
So that's something for us to look at. What's our priority? Thank you so much. I do have some more comments to come from the floor, but I'm going to move to the different groups, and then I'll come back to you. So hold that thought, hold that solution. We're coming back to you. I want to move now to hear the presentation of the problem and the solution from the next group, and that was the sexual abuse of women. Rochelle, that's you? No, Monique. Monique's group, okay. And Peter Gay, you were in that group. Peter Gay is with us. She's also a survivor of abuse. So I'll ask the two of them, please, to present the problem, the solution, the community, the advocacy. Let's give them a round of applause. Please hold all your comments on the floor for at the end. This is Peter Gay now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let me stand so I can see. Afternoon. So Monique will be sitting there, and I'm going to be standing in her power that she was standing in upstairs, facilitating the session to do the delivery of what we discussed and the solutions. Now, we looked at sexual abuse of women, but what was unique about that conversation is that we looked at it being where it started from childhood. And I realized today, I'm so happy that I'm meeting you, Monique, because we realized the similarities that we share in how we've handled our situation. And what we realized is that as survivors, right? As survivors, we oftentimes have the difficult situation of thinking about how we survive and how we thrive through what we've experienced, in the sense that we have to contemplate how we cope. We also have to contemplate how do we seek closure and how do we heal in that process. And what we realize is that a lot of times survivors, they don't want to talk about their stories because they're too embarrassed to talk about it. They feel chastised when they talk about it. And that is an issue that we discovered, which, as I know Akeem was in the session and he said he realized that women don't have the platform to share their stories. And it is coming from that place where you feel embarrassed to share it because, one, you're being judged, and two, sometimes you're not people don't believe you, especially when the perpetrator is close to home, like our dads or uncles or cousins, a close family friend, a husband, or whoever it may be to that adult that is supposed to be caring for us. So we realize that that's an issue. When we talk about finding closure, where Monique and I share a common interest, is that Monique shared her story and she said, you know, she saw, is it okay if I just say? Yeah, she saw her uncle one day, and he asked her for $100. And in that moment, she asked him, do you remember what you did to me? And he said to her, a time for you, wise up and move on. In the sense, and when he said it to her, it was, in that moment, she felt like it was him giving her closure, because even though he did what he did, he's saying, hey, you need to move on from it now. You need to, you know, heal. Basically, that's what he would have been saying. Heal and move on and go about your life. Don't worry about this. Stop making it an issue. And I started crying when she said that, because for me, I didn't find closure with one of those perpetrators because he died. And when I lost him, I felt a sense that if this is somebody that should have been protecting me, this is the person that I would have expected to show me how I'm supposed to be loved by a man when I get older, how it is that I'm supposed to be cared for and protected by my partner, but I did not get that from him. And what happened is that from 2018, and I told him until March this year, I was suffering a really bad depression, anxiety. I can't sleep at night. I can't focus. So no matter how much sleep I get, I just wake up tired and exhausted. Because in my mind, in my spirit, I'm so unsettled and bothered by that trauma. And because I could not have a conversation with that person, because I could not get closure to find out what really caused you to violate me like that, what caused you to not be able to protect and care for me the way that you should have, it took a toll on me. And then in addition to that, because there was so much anger and frustration being shown by me towards him, I didn't know if he knew that I forgave him. And I didn't know if he died knowing that I still love him. So even through everything, I could still feel those things towards him, and that in and of itself is another thing to struggle with, having to hate and love someone. You hate the experience, but you love the person because it's just in my nature to have that. When I felt some amount of compassion for him, because I don't understand what would have allowed it. And I know someone asked me, why would you want to get closure from him? Why would you want to know? Because nothing would change, it wouldn't make it better. But only, you know, having shared her story and talk about that closure that she got in that moment, I felt it because I'm like, yes, at least I know somebody else felt that way, like they needed to have that conversation. Even if it still doesn't explain everything, at least you get to hear their side of the story, and at least you get to talk about it and say what it is that happened. Now, when we talk about solutions, we've looked at, so we're looking at ways in which we can enforce the current laws, because it's not as though the laws aren't there, but we realize that there needs to be greater enforcement of those laws that exist. We also talked about providing education sessions to parents.
Final point in which Mariel seconds top this phone for the one Alex have that battery.
Is that the adults in our lives, they don't always know how to handle the situation. They don't always have the correct solution. They don't know where to go, and they don't know how to process dealing with a traumatized person. And that is an issue. So we thought that there needs to be greater educational sessions of caring, and starting from the antenatal clinic level. If you can provide it there, then you create that environment so they know how to deal with their children and other people who have been experiencing that. We also spoke about greater public education session. This was said earlier, so it's just reiterating it, that there needs to be greater public education session for children, so they know what is a good touch, what is a bad touch, what environment feels safe for them, and so on. So we realize that's a common thing coming out of all the groups, and that's that. The next thing we looked at is greater support within schools, community centers, and churches. You know, I spoke about the family earlier with the education session for that, in the sense that we identified that at all the levels, you will find that there are shortfalls. So it needs to be strengthened. There are some people who will find rescue or some solace when they go to church, but there are others who would have had their breakdown in the church, and there are others who would have had it within school, and there are others who get help within school. So we do realize that there's a need to strengthen those existing structures right across the board at every level and in every organization. And one of the final things that we spoke about in our session, Trisha, and I'm hoping that today we can make that commitment here, is that we understand that people don't know the resources that are available to them. And people don't always know how to ask for help. They don't know how to speak up. And so what we're asking is that today, seeing that Elevator has created this platform where we have people from different organizations coming together here today, survivors, the persons with the knowledge and the know-how, we're asking that you could use this platform. Let us start, even if it's for 6 months or a year, to do a pilot project that looks at how we can go across Jamaica within schools, communities, different organizations, and create a public education campaign. And let's see how we can also create a support system with the current organizations that exist to come on board, and let's have that umbrella support system that even if you're not able to do it full-time, maybe we could say, okay, today I can volunteer 2 hours, or I can volunteer on the weekend or this particular day to give support, so we can create a support line, or how we can help to volunteer within those support lines to talk to someone who needs someone to talk to about their experience but may not want to do it face-to-face. Let's also create a social media campaign. People use social media a lot. So let's try to do it in the schools, in the communities, different organizations, and on social media. And those who are available and willing to volunteer, you could just make it known, and we say which days we're able to give that sort of support.
Thank you, Peter Gay. You touched on most of the communities.
We're taking all the notes, We'll soon get all the feedback after.
Yes. Yeah, we have a lot of feedback. We're coming to that. We're going to just move through the last 2 groups. Open up the floor for some comments. Mental and emotional abuse. Yes. That was Cheryl. Where's Cheryl led that group? Where Cheryl will present on that. I'm not seeing Cheryl. Anybody else?
Anybody was in that group, mental and emotional abuse?
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I was just an observer in the group, but I can speak to what we talked about. So Ms. Cheryl shared her story, and it was so impactful and so powerful. And then we spoke about the problems. So the first problem was the lack of education in schools about the problems of naming it, as we're talking about. And so we said that we need to, they already have the curriculum, they have the curriculum, but we have to develop the curriculum a little bit better so we can make sure that every single thing that is taught is supposed to be for our generation so that we can be receptive to it, and also that we're defining every single thing that needs to be defined, right? We're talking about, and the second thing that we talked about was generational abuse and how it is a cycle, and how the only thing abuse is culture in Jamaica, and culture is learned. So when you learn how it is to be from your mom, you will continue it. And then the way that we stop it is by making sure that every single child has somebody that they know that they can speak to and that can support them and say that this is not what love is. And so that they can recognize that, okay, this is not love. Maybe mommy won't understand me when I say that this is not love because that's how she know it. But I'm going to teach my children that this is not love. And so, you know, I'm going to change it like that. And the next thing that we talked about was the distrust of police. So when Cheryl went to the police station, he asked him if what she have was so good that's why the man keep coming after her. Because this guy's stalking her. And so our group came up with this beautiful idea, the same thing that Ms. Joyce was talking about, the social work, right? So we have 2 social workers in every single police station. one from the community and one from another community, because we were saying like if it's one social worker in the community, people don't really trust them because they're going to share their business. But we have one from inside, one from outside. And where we're going to get them from? The universities. So every single person in a university that is studying social work, in order for them to graduate, they have to go into their own, any police station that is closest to them. And yeah, man, there's some liquor service in their community. So they, have a feel for the community. So even like when they graduate, they have some sort of attachment to the community that they don't want to fly away. And even if the money is not there, but we're going to work so that the money can get there, right? So yeah, we have, what else? I think there's something else. Yeah, so you have to graduate, and yeah. And then the last thing that we spoke about was, I think that's it.
Listen, some serious points made there. We're going to move to the next one, but I want you all to hear what she just said. And maybe we need to look at models across the world, such as free education. You get a degree in a social work, you have to give 2 years, 3 years back in a dissertation. But what she said is so important, and responding to what everybody said. Who follows through with that case? If there were 2 social workers in every police station, and then you know that you can go there, make the report, and no report would be made without the social worker knowing, she follows through. What was the response? What happened? She takes over and is able to be that front person to take you through with what you suggested, the one place to tell the one story, and what a solution.
Also, yes, and in terms of the one place to tell the one story, with the consent from the person who is telling the story, of course, we can just record it. Come on, we have voice recorders. So the person will have to keep on talking to the story. You just say it one time, and then whoever needs to know will listen to the voice recording. Also, when the social worker we have pamphlets on the website that the social worker knows every single
support group?
Yeah, support group out there, so that they can guide the people who come to them, because they're not going to be able to do everything. Yeah.
Great advice. I know you want to talk, Joy, but I'm going to follow the rules. Oh, you're presenting. Well, there you go. Financial abuse. All right, Lady Joy, we want to welcome Blacker to the building. Owen Blacker Ellis, big educator, advocate, big man thing in the building. Yeah. And we're going to hear what men can do from you later on. So welcome. I know you were doing the people's business on the road, so we're glad you made it. Go ahead, Joy.
All right, thank you very much. So our group was the one that most people didn't know anything about. So the whole idea of financial abuse being a part of gender-based violence was a new concept. But we did unpack it, and we shared how it shows up, what women and families can look for. But our solutions were, one of the gaps we saw was about if women are to be able to access funding to gain independence, which would help them to be less vulnerable, how do those who are very vulnerable access the funding? It would have been through PATH and Poor Relief and those social services. However, they're not working for those who are most vulnerable. So there needs to be some kind of revisiting of who qualifies and what disqualifies you, because the experience on the ground is if somebody gave you a fridge, but you are very poor, you don't qualify because you have a fridge. And so those things are saying we need to look back. We want to look back at how women and girls who are most vulnerable qualify, or how do they get disqualified. And then that information must be out there. Mentorship came up as well, each one reach one, around financial against management, entrepreneurship. One of the things that we looked at is most institutions will give support or grants to someone who has already started something. But what about those who only have an idea? It is the girl who got pregnant at 14, probably have 2 years back, she's 20, didn't have finished school, but she has an idea in her head, but she doesn't have no collateral and that kind of stuff. Where do we have institutions who will take that good faith risk for that person? Who will say, in our budget every year we're going to have probably 2 persons who are not no collateral, but because we have a good plan, we're going to take a chance because they are constantly being left behind. We also looked at support for organizations that are organizations that are already linked to vulnerable communities. How do we strengthen those organizations to carry out some of the social services that both government and private sector would like to do, but don't have the mechanism to do it? We looked at community information around. So a lot of people said, even though they've had PDP exposure, they've really never thought about financial violence. There's no handouts about it. There's no real interaction around this before today. So they are saying now that with this information, they want to start within communities, early money management conversation. How do we set up projects at a community level with children? Not just putting the money in the piggy bank, but what do you do with the money that's in the piggy bank? How do we help women at the grassroots level to start earlier money management in the schools? It was mentioned there was an agency, Junior Achievement, that's in schools. However, it only starts at grade 9. Again, we're leaving the younger ones. By the time the girl reaches to 15, 16, grade 9, she's already set in her spendthrift ways. You want to get them from earlier to know how to manage money, how to buy one patty instead of two, because you already one patty could fill you up, you know? That kind of early money management shift. The last thing that we looked at as a solution was about necessities for the women who are experiencing violence and why. So around money, we know that poverty is a contributing factor to the violence. And so we need to do some kind of research to say, who are these women? Is there a particular group, especially in COVID time? Who were the groups that were most disenfranchised? So one of the things that the government did in COVID was that, remember they were giving out that grant? I think it was like $5,000 or $10,000 or something like that. My population didn't get it because they don't have no TRN. They don't have no bank account to receive it. So there's always a subset of our population who don't fit into this. Those are the ones that we need to find, because those are the ones that are most financially deprived, and therefore the ones who experience financial violence most. So those are our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Great solutions. You know, I'm going to open up the floor. We're going to move quickly because it is 2:50, and I understand that some people have pickups, and we were supposed to end for the 2:45. Lunch is supposed to be served, but we do have to come to a closure with the conversation and then the continuation. I'm going to say, in this room, we have so many creative entrepreneurs, and I want to encourage you as a social entrepreneur. You see, when you see a problem, come up with a solution from everything that was said here, right? I started with a team, a fintech called RealHelpingHands.com. E4Life has a campaign on there. Crowdfunding is a multi-billion-dollar industry globally. Who have a family member in foreign? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you have a family member in foreign who make US and UK money and Japanese money, Chinese money, yen, 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 yen. Hear what me I say. I watch Americans raise 50,000 US for a startup, for a sick family member, and we sit down here like we're too ashamed to tell the story. I have a fintech company. It's a crowdfunding website, Jamaican company, meaning we're registered in America. It started by Jamaicans. It's called RealHelpingHands.com. Start a campaign if you don't have no money. Start a campaign, start a business, and tell all your family members to come donate. 100 people give 100 US. How much US that? 10,000 US is how much Jamaican? About 1.5. So you want 1.5 million startup? Target 100 people to give 100 US. What I'm trying to say is, what man has done, man can do. Every society has had a solution to some problem. We must implement it, but we got to be hungry for the change we want to see. We have to be aggressive. We have to be disrupt. If we want the Minister of Finance to give us a budget we must tell the Minister of Finance, through our MP, through our advocacy groups, so we want $50 million for women who are being abused. Why not? What we're afraid of? No, we elect people for serve we. We must hold them accountable. And you must know the power you have as the people. We have power, you know. We're no longer slaves. So we need to use our voice, amplify our voices as one for the change we want to see. Let me move to the floor, and then I'm going to hand it over to Lady Patricia. But wait. But first, I know. Patricia, let me do my job, no, man. You see, sure. Me know, man. Sure, Patty, cake. Did they call you Patty when you were growing up? No, did they call you Patty when you were growing up? Just Trisha. Just, can you hear me? Patty. Patty. Listen, before we move to the conversations, and I love men. This is when I say, I'm a woman advocate, you know, but I know so I can't do it without man. I'm hate to exclude the mans them. I love man, you see? I love my man. And I raise a man. Yeah, I give birth to one, I make love to one, I'm raised by one. So, we're not exclude them because we need them. Before we go there, Donnelly Donaldson's mom is in the building. The young lady that was taken from us, ripped from us violently. Where is mommy? I want you to raise her hand. Where's Donnelly's mom? Here she is. I want to just say, on behalf of all of us here, we lift and strengthen you. And I know that a part of your, please stand. Let's just give her some love, some claps of support and strength for what she has had to endure. I am so sorry as a mother. I don't know what we can do for you, but I do know that you can do something to prevent this from happening to anybody else. So on your advocacy, we strengthen you, we welcome you, and we just wish that you will go through and be the change for that next young lady who is about to be the victim of this violence that we see in our country. So we love you and lift you. Boy, I'm gonna know the strength of a woman. Thanks for being a part of this solution and conversation today. And now talking about men. What can men do? Some of the main perpetrators of crime are men. So the mans them need a different kind of education. You understand? I'm coming to the floor. But Sir Blacker, Mass Blacker, Ross Blacker, Brother Blacker, I would love you to please just speak with us a man's perspective and what a man can do and what we can do with men to make sure that we end violence against women and girls and children. Thank you so much. Let's welcome Owen Blacker Ellis.
I can sit down and talk? I'm an old man, you know. I'm too short, but I'm not short or nothing. I want to encourage as we have the conversation about dealing with violence against women, to understand that we have to work with men, with our parent boys, with our encourage men. We have to work with men so that we don't just deal with responses, but look at prevention. And one thing that I, as a man, understand is that very often when we talk about women being victims, there's a body of men who come with the whataboutism. You know, what about the man when his wife beat him last night? And as men, we have to decide that we have to take a stand as men with women and speak to other men, because Jamaican man follow man. Man follow man. And there are within which men, here in Jamaica, which is supposed to be the world's most homophobic place, men love man. If you have some man, I talk to a young man, and I say, who's your best friend? Him name, him brethren, him Chargy, him G. I say, what's your best friend's favorite team? Him pick a team same time. Man, your best friend's favorite shoes? Nike. I say, what's your girlfriend's brassiere size? And then there's the young man who, on the corner, and a lady pass him one day, and him don't say a word to her. But when him enough man dead, him kill her with argument. So he's not really into her. He's trying to use her to impress them. So we have to look at the fact that men follow men. Then we have to now find those male voices who are influential and say, brethren, talk to your brethren. Because men have to intervene to say, hello, brethren, that's wrong. So my thing is we have to encourage men from as small as they are to say, how do we, as men, as boys, start to cultivate heart, H-E-A-R-T, and heart is an acronym here. We have to then teach boys to really cultivate and manifest heart. And then first of all, the H, honesty. To be honest enough to say, brethren, if you have an inclination to be violent, admit it and seek help. So you have to be honest with yourself and say, hold on, am I one? And encourage them to do that to them, to ask yourself, am I one? And then if I am one, seek help. Psychiatrist, therapist, somebody, seek help. So you need to be honest. Men must be honest. And then E, empathy. A lot of men do not take a time to even think how it feels to be a woman, to empathize. I remember a brethren again in the inner city who vexed so a little police boy, I boy him up. Have him up and I say, oh, and you're a big man, don't feel away? Yeah. I see him with the woman feel when you, who they're equal, are going like you, they're master, and you're God. So if we can get young men to empathize in some way what it feel like to be treated like you're less than. So we need men who have heart, who have honesty, and E, empathy. And then A, accountability. So if the man them know that they mess up, they must fess up and be prepared to deal with the consequences. So you need to be honest, to be empathetic, and to exercise accountability. And then the R, responsibility and respect. A lot of men don't know how to respect a woman because they've not yet learned how to respect themselves. So we need to work on getting boys to really feel respectful of self enough to respect others. And then the T, trust. We have to find a way to encourage boys to be trustworthy enough so a sister can feel safe around you. You have to be trustworthy. You have to then trust yourself enough to feel as if you can be trustworthy. And then the T also means truth. So manifest talk truth. And every man who abuses a woman have a friend who knows I saw him stay. And don't want to talk because you don't want to go like an informer. Inform. Talk truth. I'm going to stop there, so.
Thank you, Blacker. Heart. We do need to teach our boys. And it goes back to what, we've been saying from the very beginning. And I'm big on this. What in God's name does education really need to look like? Because the colonizers' education it now work for we and for we problems. So I'm just saying, do we need to have a hard class at devotion? Yeah? Do we need, you understand? We need to really revisit the classroom, the archaic classroom, to say it now work for we people. Because we still come out broke, we not no legacy, and there's something just continue. How do you teach self-respect? That is a class. It's a life skill. So where's the life skills coming out the elevator that we have to implement in these spaces? And you have all been so potent in a lot of your solutions. I think when we look at it, Patricia, as a document, it's going to be intense. And we're going to have to prioritize and really work out step by step. Yes, Blacker?
And one small way we can do, one very small way we can do it, is to have a convo with young men about consent. For men to learn to understand what consent means, what consent look like. And therefore, if you understand what consent look like, you understand what no means. And to learn to respect that no. So
and so glad you said that because we have to be very careful. And I think Nadine alluded to it earlier. When we look at the classrooms and the universities, I'm very afraid raising a boy that the majority of the graduates at university are women. Me, I wonder where the boy them there. Me have woman who can't find man. Them say they can't even find a man, and then them desperate for a man. They say they can't find a man to stand on equal level. And we always have, when you hear the word gender, you think of women empowerment. We have to be very careful as women. Because men need a different kind of injection. I mean, I know only you can tell me what a man needs, Blacker. I was not born as a man. I only know woman. So we have to engage the men. Sometimes we exclude them, you know. Talk the truth, no? We exclude them from gender money. We exclude them from gender conversation. So we have to know what we are doing if we really want to see peace and harmony. How do we engage our boys? I'm getting that from a solution. Engage our boys to the floor, and then I'm going to bring our woman on fire to share with us quickly to close on her journey of overcoming success. Yes. And then Patricia's going to conclude the next steps for us as our co-convener, visionary, all right, here today. So to the floor, we had a few comments. Yes, if you want the microphone, please just raise your hand. We'll start here. I'm going to have a 5-minute floor conversation now, meaning the audience shall speak on the solutions. Let's go. And that one's not, let me grab this one so I can move it around.
There we go.
Thank you. Oh.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I have sat and listened, and a lot has resonated with me. First, I want to commend Peter Kay for standing in her truth and actually coming and speaking on what she has been through, and Monique, because it takes a tremendous amount of strength to do that first and foremost. And again, I now realize I have a sister. It's a sisterhood. Because once you have been through violence, trauma, it's good to identify, because as we already stated, there is not a lot of platform for us to speak as to the issues and the things that we have been through. And again, if we are not speaking, then the people behind us are the people that are coming and the people that are going to experience, or the ones that we are trying to prevent from experience, will not know where to go and who to turn to first and foremost. I do want to shed light. So, one of my solutions is sisterhood. And in order to get to that, then clearly we have to speak. We have to be strong enough to stand and say, this is what I have been through. We have a community and we're here to support each other. So I've also, I've heard that we have spoke on what children need to do. They need to know about safe touch. They need to know about all of these different things. But there are some instances when they're in homes where the trauma has already started from their mom. It's a generational thing. The mom cannot escape, so there's no escape, and there is no hope for them either. Again, with the solution for that, a lot of people, in my opinion, may not like what I am about to propose, because it holds the men, or not men or women, whoever the abusers are, it holds them accountable. As it pertains to sexual abuse when it comes to children, there should be a list. I don't care what anybody else has to say, there should be a list.
I agree.
Even if it's just under the fear that I do not want to end up on that list. They will look at things and be held more accountable and say, listen, the consequences for these actions are greater. We hear about people getting raped on a daily basis. We hear about females getting almost abducted on a daily basis. And we've gotten to a place where we look at it as, oh, it's something that happens. Yes, it's something that we need to look at. But again, we have become so desensitized because it's so much. Now, I am proposing we look at it from a different avenue. Instead of trying to prevent, and, well, not instead of, along with, let me be clear, along with, we should put up deterrents for this behavior. whether it's making an example, as I said, via having a list. And again, I'm not targeting any of our males because I agree with Empress when she said we have to love our men. We have to love our men because also that is where it starts from. We have to teach them how to treat us. We have to be vocal also and have them stand with us, stand beside us. Yes? So again, number 2 solution would have been a list of past offenders. Yes. That way you know if you do this, everyone will know. We need to stop hiding behind money or whatever else our position or whatever else we have. If you do this, we will know. Accountability and taking responsibility. All of us have to do that. We all have to take responsibility for the part that we play also. Turning the blind eye, hearing. Again, I know it sounds like an everyday thing, but it has to start with us. The more of us that come together in this forum, and this is one of the reasons I appreciate Elevate so much and this summit so much, because it gives a platform to speak. It allows us who share like-mindedness to come together and actually put forward solutions as we are doing here. And again, Trisha, I commend you and Elevate and all of the persons who organized this. We thank you because we need more awareness straight through, even from the domestic violence centers. Again, we need to have the information out there. We need to put the narrative out there as to how to treat our women and our girls, opposed to having social media or one of these podcasts. One of the major things these days on TV or online is toxic masculinity podcast, who speaks as to, you're not supposed to do this, and as a man, you're supposed. We can't allow that to teach our men how to be men. So again, we may need to take a page out of that book also when it comes to awareness and putting stuff out there that are actual factual and things that are actually going to help us and help us as a nation. So again, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of this, and I am going to, this has made me bold enough to speak my own truth. I am a past victim of abuse also, so this definitely, sitting here, it resonates with me tremendously, and it also shows that I myself have to do a lot more to bring awareness and to help protect our girls and protect our women and the women in our society. So again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. As you spoke, I was like, what a powerhouse of an advocate. We're going to put you on the front line, Survivor. And I'm so glad that Delmarie Morris Williams was able to hug you as a survivor. This is what we need. And it is the therapy. Many triggers are happening today. I want to acknowledge there are a lot of triggers happening in the room. I'm seeing a lot of tears. I know a lot of you are affected by what's happening today, which is the beginning of elevating each other. And it's okay. The tears, we're all feeling it. We all know somebody. We've all experienced some kind of this violence in our communities. I'm a crier, so when you cry, I cry. And that's what happens. And unfortunately, that's the energy that happens in our society. When one woman or child or man is affected by this, it does affect their family and their community. And it's okay to cry. Let it out, because we're on the healing journey, right? So I know many of you are affected by what happened today. I have to acknowledge that. I don't know if we have therapists in the room, but it is important that you speak with somebody and just hug up on somebody, okay? Crystal wants to say something, and I'm glad for what you said. I don't know why we don't have a sexual abusers. We have a list, sexual offenders registry list. There is a list. The question is, who can access it? There are people who can access it. If you are a principal, I'm going to just say this. If you are a principal and you're starting an organization for children, you can request like this, not the whole list, but is John Brown on the list? And you can get a response from the state to say, yes, John Brown is a sex offender. Take work, forget the information, but it is there. So if you're sending your child to somewhere, you think your teacher is a pedophile, For example, make sure you go check. But we do need to look at how do we put them out there. Crystal, you have the mic? Yes, go ahead.
I do. Thank you very much. Something I am not sure I heard come out, so I wanted to state it clearly, coming out of the financial abuse conversation. It is not by accident that we have financial institutions represented here today. They have products that can help you to start building the financial security that you need. And we don't want to dismiss the concerns raised as just, you need to make more money or figure out a way to get a grant. There are things that you are able to do to put things in place as you plan your exit, if that's where you are, if you're planning your recovery, if you're trying to build a business. So I'm encouraging you to engage before you leave. Something as simple as having health insurance, so that going to the doctor and the cost to do that, if you've encountered a physical issue or situation for you or your child, you'll have some kind of financial protection to do that. So please do not leave without speaking to the sponsors that we have here at Sagicor Life. We do have JMMB representatives in the room. The foundation is a sponsor, but don't let that stop you. Ask the questions of the persons you see in the JMMB shirts and get some answers around who the agent could be that you talk to. If you can go down there tomorrow, open a little savings account, an investment account, a health care plan, some kind of insurance, so that you're not left without any kind of protection financially. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Crystal. Yes, go ahead, my lady.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have listened very keenly, and some very salient points have been put into the room. Thank you all so very much. There are two things, however, I haven't heard, and Crystal touched on one. In the group in which I was, one of the points that kept persons silent and caused the lack of support from family member was that the perp was either a husband, a father, or a boyfriend. And the woman in the relationship knew but didn't want to know, because if she knew and took action, then her financial support would have been totally withdrawn. So in coming up with any reasonable solution, we have to look at poverty alleviation. And Tricia is very knowledgeable on that, having done that for a couple years in a particular parish in this island. So that is something that has to be put in place. How can we empower women to stand on their own 2 feet? In this country right now, there are people who are living less than $200 a day. That cannot buy a box of white rice and chicken back. I can tell you that. We have to lift that up. The next thing that I want to bring in the room is our cultural legacy. Men, for years, maybe from the days of slavery, have considered women their personal possession, their personal possession. You do what you want to do. And that was because in those days too, in the early days, men was the financial support. So if you don't do what you want you to do, wow! You have to listen, you have to obey. Things have changed significantly since then. But the education that happens here has not changed the mindset of men. Now, there are those who say that part of it is due to us women because we have them as boys, we have them as boyfriends and husbands, and we have them again as fathers. So therefore, we can at any time participate positively in their lives. How effective that is, we might need to look at. But definitely we need to get an education system that transforms the thinking of our men and boys.
Wow. Wow. Yes. Poverty alleviation. And there is a next step, so Patricia's going to speak to. So these are the things you have to go home and think about. And, I always encourage women, look for a problem and just go try it. You understand? My son started sell chocolate chip cookie at school. I think he's going to be in trouble. I meet with the principal Monday. But my man come home and said, Mommy, I 500 I make today, And I just saying, buy the cookie them Mega Mart. And we're not allowed to eat it in the house. And he puts each one in a brown paper bag. And he sells the cookie for 100 or 200, depending on who he's selling it to. And the man comes home and tells me how much money he's making. I'm just saying. My son comes home at 11 at sometimes $600-700. More than that, 200 a day. So we have to get that creative entrepreneurship exploration exercise happening, I think, with women, to say what is a gap you can fill in your community, no matter how small. And yes, how do we educate and how do we use the purse? How do we use the government purse to help develop social entrepreneurs and businesses and empowerment for our women so that they can leave these situations? But it's a real thing. And thank you for sharing. I'm big on cultural legacy. I'm also big on the fact that violence is something that's in our DNA. And I asked where it comes from. And I asked you to explore when we got here 300 years ago and the black man was raped and he was taught to rape the black woman, and ask ourselves, where does it really come from? And how do we break that cultural, how that culture of violence, where it really come from? It's deeper than we know. And just like a doctor will diagnose the problem, do you have a history of diabetes and breast cancer? We have to ask, do you have a history of this? And when we know what we have, we can then fight. Because a lot of the women here today that I know who are victims of sexual violence, their mother was a victim. Their grandmother was a victim. Teenage pregnancy, their mother was a teenage pregnancy, their grandmother was. So something going on in with DNA and in our culture, we have to work out how to break it. So thanks for bringing those things up. And next steps will happen right after we hear now from our survivor, Delmarie Morris Williams. We saw her video, the spotlight video on Woman on Fire. So we want to thank her for sharing the story. It's not easy to tell the story, but telling the story allows us to find a way to heal others, right? So over to you, my lady. Please share with us where you are and what advice would you give other women to break this chain and to survive and to thrive.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I could almost say praise the Lord. It is the preacher in me. So I wonder if I say praise the Lord, how many persons would say praise the Lord? Amen. God is good. So my name is Delmarie Morris Williams, and I was born in St. Mary. Beautiful parish, way back of God, up in the bush, sort of, and turn left. So it was a very rural community where everybody knows everybody and everybody is related to somebody and all of that. And my abuse started very early. I started to experience abuse at the age of 8. And what was unique to this is that the abuse started with a woman, right? So you will think that, oh, men are doing this only, but there are women involved in sexual grooming and touching and all of that to our girls. And so a family member was one of those persons also, and a family friend was one of those persons. Fast forward to my teenage years. Well, before I get to that, I mentioned in my group today that I did not know that what was happening to me was wrong. It's not now the age where we have social media and all of that. The only literature that I have, excluding the one that we would get from primary school, was a little library truck that used to come into the community. And they didn't have that sort of material. They had mills and booms and all of those things. So I still did not know. I knew, I became aware of it when I was going to high school. Thank God for Tivoli Gardens High. We had what was called guidance and counseling. And the guidance counselor started to talk about safe touches. And I had a mental break. I literally felt something pop in my head because everything came at me at once. I now realize that all the touching and the poking and all of those things was wrong. And so you can imagine what that would do a 13-year-old, right? And so, went through all of that, became very, very, very outspoken and just started to give a lot of trouble, as they would put it. But I realized now that I was crying out for help. Did not know where to go because my dad, who was the person that was closest to me at that time, was married to a woman who is abusive. And I say is abusive because he's still in the marriage. So that wasn't anything safe for me to go to. And so when I became homeless, At 15 years old, I was living on the streets of Kingston, right on the Ugly Park Road, right down there, so sleeping on the streets and all of that. It so happened that I happened to go home to my dad for just a few weeks. And it was during that time that I got raped. I got raped and I became pregnant from the rape. My son is now 23 years old, very tall, very handsome, very single. And so, you know, I got pregnant from the rape. It was very hard though, because you can imagine at that age with a belly, the first thing that people say is, oh, you're a bad pitney. You did want man. You never want your book. Not realizing all of the trauma that I had gone through to that point. Fast forward to that, having my child, never hearing the words, I love you, as I mentioned in the video. It's very simple thing to say. A lot of people say it and don't mean it. But having not hearing those words from your mother, your father, somebody close to you. And so I wanted that. I wanted the I love you. I wanted to feel love. And so I went searching. And of course, you know, that can only lead to something bad. So I ended up in a relationship, got pregnant. That did not work out. My child, I was so stressed to the point that my child came at 7 months. When he came out, 2 pounds, 2 ounces. He is now a 21-year-old, very tall, very handsome, not single, young man, he has a girlfriend. And, you know, so I had those 2 children to struggle with as a teenager still. But there was something that kept me going. As a child, I've always wanted to become a teacher. Now, back then time, I thought teachers were getting paid and they were respected. Not so much now. I'm in the classroom and I know the difference now. But I've always wanted to become a teacher. And so while I was going through all of that, the homelessness, the sleepless nights, the hungry, oh God, pregnancy and hungry don't mix. While I was going through all of that, I kept the fact that I wanted to become a teacher. Right here, so. Right here, so. So I had something all the time to look forward to push to. I teach my mother, my grandmother flower pot every day. I beat them when they come to school late and I beat them when they don't do homework. I wanted to become a teacher. I wanted to become an educator. And so I had that. I got in another relationship and I describe this relationship in my book, Restored to Beautiful. I describe this relationship as the relationship from hell. That was a part of the video that you saw. This man would beat me if the rain fall, if the sun was too hot, if he was hungry, if his belly was full, if he did not have enough ganja to smoke, if he over-smoked. So you get the point. I would get licks and kicks for everything. I still suffer from some of those hits that I got. We talk about the police. I went to the police with blood coming from all parts of my face. The policeman say, yo, 2 things. We don't have a vehicle to go up on the body road. And the other one is that the man just probably wants some sex. And he never used the sex, he used the P word. Right? So he say, if you go home and give the man some, I go calm him down. I decided I wasn't going to leave the police station. So when them carry me home, of course, him see the car come, him an idiot. Well, that's relative. But him see the car come and him leave. So as soon as the police them gone, what do you think happened? World War III, on my face. Now this man thumped me right here, so. And for about an hour, probably more, because I could not feel anything on my left side. Everything in my left side died, from my head to my toe. Died. And you would think that, oh, I should leave, you know? But guess what? Him come around and baby, me love you and all that. Even through the abuse, I knew that I had to leave. But how do I leave when there are children involved? By this time I was pregnant. I had a child for him by this time, so it's now 3 boys, right? But I knew I had to leave. I could not go to the police. I don't trust them. There was nobody else in the community. The pastors in my community knew. I am a pastor now, so I'm not, blaming anybody. But they knew, right? Nobody did anything. The people in the community would say, oh, I'm going to kill you. I know that. But how do I leave? Who do I go to for help to leave this relationship? Nobody. I knew I had to rely on me. Some way, shape, or form, I had to get out of that relationship, right? And so, remember now, I stopped going to school very early, age 15, so it's not like I am so educated at that point that I can do these things and move on. And there are children involved. I can't just root up my kids where we are going to sleep, where we are going to eat. Those are the things that goes in the mind of somebody who's experiencing domestic violence, worst when there are children involved. And so in coming up with a solution, I went to our daily newspaper and I found a job that did not require me to be trained. They would provide the training. They would provide the housing. You ever hear about Too Good to Be True? That was one of those things. Long and short of it, it landed me in sex trafficking and human trafficking. So, out of the frying pan, into the fire. A few months into all of that, the intimidation, and people would ask, why didn't you leave and all of that. It's a long story. It's in my book. It's a lot of things, right? But when I finally broke free from it, what do I do now? Which school is going to take me? Which employer is going to employ somebody who is not educated? I don't have CSE subject. I don't have a skill. I don't have no more than 3 pitney. Right? So, devil find work, give idleness to do. Somebody who was in the human trafficking ring with me called to say, what are you doing? I really had nothing. She said, on a back road, me there, Long and short of it, everybody know where back road is. Long and short of it, that was where I ended up. The suicidal tendencies, the suicidal thoughts, the suicidal attempts, and all of those things became extremely real for me at that time. Now, we've talked today about all the things, and I don't know if I missed it, but nobody really spoke about the spiritual side of it, and I cannot leave that out. As a minister, as a woman, as a mother, as somebody who has been there, I cannot leave it out. So after a very bad encounter one night at Back Road, I decided I'm not going to take the pills anymore because I tried. And after I tried and I started to become extremely hot, I realized that I took a bottle of vitamins. So thanks be to God, I am fully vitamin C and D and A, and I need no more. So that did not work. So I went on top of the building. I wanted to jump down. I figured out the spot and all of that. And I said, God, if you give me, may I give you 2 hours? Because them say, yeah, God, and you can't do this and whatever. May I give you 2 hours? And within the 2 hours, my Savior came. And some of the time we want something to be permanent. God is just saying, hey, just a stop. So that was what was with that relationship. I wanted him to be my Savior for the entire time. But God was saying, no, that was just a temporary fix to get you out of there. And so when he too slapped me in my face because I wanted to work, I said, no, girl, you have to go do this by yourself. And long and short of it, I got a job, moved out, was sleeping on the floor with my boys for several months. But God is good. I, fixed myself together again. My why, I wanted to become a teacher. I will not stop until I become a teacher. I wanted somebody that my boys could look up to. She said, because my mother was strong, she did that. She did not stay in that abusive relationship. I wanted to be the person that somebody else could say, you know what, Delmarine did that. And if you don't want to use my government name, they can say, Danet did that. And I can be proud because I helped somebody to come out. I did that, met my husband. January gone, we've celebrated 9 years of marriage. 9 years. I bless God for him every day, One of the things I spoke about too was journaling in overcoming my story. I wrote a lot. And I wrote down all the things I wanted in a husband because I know what I didn't want. And so I got 29 out of my 30. Thanks be to God. He's a very good man. Could not ask for anybody better. And when I met my husband, I said to him, listen, I have gone through the sexual abuse. I have done the prostitution. I have done the homelessness. I have done all of the things that you can think of. My story is not for me. I have to tell my story. Are you man enough to come alongside me, to lift me up when I am down, and help me to tell my story? His words were, show me somebody who don't have a story. We are celebrating 9 years of marriage. And so I want to tell somebody who is going through that only you can stop it, you know. Only you can stop yourself. Only you can stop yourself. It don't matter what nobody say, because I've heard it. You will never get married. No man no wants you. You're black and ugly. Your lips them big. A lot of people are putting things in their lips now. Mine are natural, right? And so you've heard all the things. How you will not make it. How you will not come over. And so when the opportunity came, I said, listen, I am not qualified for the university yet, but there is Heart. Their community group. I went down to Heart and signed up. I did level 1 in early childhood education. I did level 2. I am now teaching at a government school with my level 2 in art certificate. I am moving on, hopefully next month, to doing level 3. Only you has the power to stop you. Am I saying that it is easy? No, it's not easy. Are there bumps in the road? Still. Will you have trials to overcome? Still. I don't pray every day as a pastor, I'm confessing. I don't read my Bible every day. But guess what? You have something in you that is more powerful than any other force. I have it. It is called the Holy Spirit. You can have it if you need it. And the Holy Spirit come alongside you, and he lifts you up, and he said, listen, if you put 1 year and 1 year, so you know, say that a 2. But if the 2 no work for you, you can put 1 beside 1, and you can call it 11. Because it can work for you. You don't want 2, you want 11, so you make it work. And so when I get an opportunity to share my story in summits and conferences like this, Romans 8:28 says, all things work together for good to them and those that are called according. When I was being raped that night, I did not know I was going to come here and stand before these people, before you all, and tell you my story. I did not know I was going to write a book. I did not know that I would be an advocate and training people how to do certain things. Pursued International is here, Stacey Ann Smith. She's one of those persons, her group, I train her persons, her volunteers, how to minister to prostitutes on the street. Now, when I was out there selling what God did not ask me to sell, I did not know that God would turn that around for good to reach other people. So, in saying all of that, I want to say to you, if we should ask women in this group to close their eyes for confidentiality reasons, and I'm not going to ask you to, but if we should, and if I should ask you to raise your hand if you were inappropriately touched, fondled, feel, have sex with against your will, I'm thinking that about 90% of the women in here would raise their hands. Right? And so it is for us. I still have persons in my family who don't speak to me. That's fine. Because family business and you're not supposed to talk. But that's fine. I'm over that. And so I want to say to all of us, use the pain that you have gone through to pull out purpose. Because all of us have purpose, you know. Maybe you're not bold enough to come here and talk. Go on social media, create a fake page with a fake name, and say, okay, this is where we will meet. Let us talk about our issues, the sexual abuse that we've gone through and all of that. And we can be the change. Let us not just, oh, we were at Elevator Summit and it was good. No. Let us go home and each of us sit down and come up with a solution that all of us have the power to do. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Del Marie. Thank you, Donette. That them used to call you. Donette, Del Marie. What? Why? You know, summed it up. I think I started with the P words. Take that pain. I said it at the beginning. She confirmed it. Turn your pain into your purpose. And I continue with your passion. I continue with your profit. Yeah? The P words are so powerful. Del Marie, again, thank you. And, you know, it's sad that a little girl is going through what you're going through, what you went through right now in Jamaica. And it's sad because what happened to you is a replica of everything that happened to us when we got here in the transatlantic slave trade. Nothing has changed. And that's very sad. I will give you one comment. My lady, come. I saw your hand. And this lady wants to say something too? Okay. You know, I'm the type of person who will stay till midnight. But I can't do no more after these two because we do have to have lunch and we do have to go, and I need to close with the next steps. There will be a follow-up. Where's the mic? Oh, this lady right here. Thank you. So we have one, oh, thank you. 1, 2, and then the follow-up. Not the last steps, but the follow-up. Yes.
Hi. Hello?
It's on.
Yeah. All right. Hi, everyone. This is a question to, what's her name?
Miss Donette or Del Marie?
Del Marie?
Yeah.
Miss Del Marie. All right. I'm also a survivor of domestic violence. My question is, after self-motivating, elevating, achieving 5 different businesses, I'm still bitter. I'm still hurt. One of the time I planned to start a vigilante and just kill out the man. How do I move from that?
Thank you. That's such a good question. I was actually going to say how I moved on, and it totally slipped me. Thank you. Now I get this question asked all the time. How did I move on? And as a preacher, as a Christian, you would think I prayed and fasted and did all of that and saw the light. No. There's a reggae artist called Spanabana. His song says, "Life goes on." Now, for about 3 weeks, that was all I listened to. I listened to the words. And yes, the abuse was wrong. I started several businesses too, and they failed. But when you listen to the words of the song, and I ask you to go home on YouTube and find it and really listen to it, it no matter what happened around you, yes, the abuse was wrong. Yes, the homelessness was wrong and all of that. But guess what? Life goes on. If you want to stay in that depressive state for however long you want to stay in there, and this might be a little bit harsh, but it is reality, life goes on. Most of the times, the persons that hurt us, they have moved on, and we are still stuck in that place of unforgiveness. We are still stuck in the place of hurt. And if you have to get counseling, by all means, go and get your counseling. But for me, it was that song that Spanabana did several years ago that says life goes on. And it truly does. It truly does. Life still goes on.
And you're worth it. You deserve it. You deserve to be happy.
You deserve to be happy.
So own that. Final one, and then we hand it over to you, convener Patricia, to share with us the next steps. Go ahead, my lady.
Good evening, everyone. While I sat here and I was listening, I listened and I heard all the different solutions that we had. Some of the solutions were social work. Well, I'm a student at UCC studying social work. I didn't go into it because I just wanted to go into it. I went in it because I know there are females out there, there are children out there who need a voice because they have been kept or held in silence for quite some time. But while I listened, I heard a lot of persons speaking about the police officers, the different agencies. I used to hear my grandma say, if the top of the stream is dirty, then the bottom might go dirty too. Saying this to say that if I graduate from university and I go in trying to make a change, if the persons who were there 12 years, 13 years before me didn't see the need to make that change, they just get the cases and they push it aside without being held accountable for this, then the cycle still continues. We still go over and over. We still go to the police station. The front light man, him get our news, him get our statements, him shove it under the counter, and that's it. There's nobody there to hold somebody accountable. So Christina came and gave a statement. Christina's statement was just followed upon twice. What do I do to that person who had that statement and didn't do nothing with it? What do I do? Who hold those persons accountable? Persons are sitting in government jobs like these for far too long, clocking 20 years, 25 years, and the system is still messed up. The system is still being stifled because nobody is saying, 10 cases came to you and you didn't do nothing with it, away with you. Bring somebody else who is going to do something with it. Bring somebody else who is going to make a difference. Because I heard the president, she said 500 persons per year. What if 250 of us decide that we are going to make a change, but at the end of the stream, we are still being stifled? So we need to use that as a solution also, to look deeply in these institutions, deeply within these police stations. Our superintendents doing their jobs, our social workers placed there being given a voice. Because you can place 2 social workers in a police station, but what can they do? How far can they go? Because the police officers are friends with the persons who are doing the crime. And it's not going to go anywhere. So one of the solutions are you can look into holding persons in these places accountable for things that are not being done.
Thank you. Very important point. And it sounds like we need to have an accountability class, how to hold people accountable, because there's a way. There's actually a formula for accountability, but many of us don't know how to do it. So it looks like the Elevate Her team has opened a can of worms. And it looks like we're going to have to meet every Friday night as women for Elevate Her Friday nights. So we got a lot of work to do. A lot of conversations to have, and hopefully there will be wine at the table. So I don't know who's going to volunteer their host Friday nights, Elevate Her Friday nights. Who else space? All right, 1. Who else space? You know, you have to have space. You can sit out on the outside, under a tree, maca tree, anything. We're going
no, they just gave it to me.
You want to volunteer?
Then she go and take back her next microphone.
Lady Patricia, President.
Me no. I just say it, no?
Let's look at next steps with you. Thank you for the vision. Thank you for today. Let's give her a round of applause and the entire team.
Oh, God.
We got work to do.
Okay, what a day. You know, January told her story, and told her story of trials and how she got over it. We have to think, because here we are, we're looking at these to support those who are survivors and to become strong survivors. But the truth is, the vision for this summit is when I hold it in my head, when I go to bed at night, I have a dream every night. And that dream is a dream of a Jamaica, where there are no survivors, because there are no victims. I'm not looking to create. Yes, I have to support these things as we are about to become survivors and strong survivors. But we also have to put in place what is necessary to create that Jamaica, where a little girl wakes up in the morning in a home that she knows that she's loved and valued. She goes to church in a space where she knows that there is a spiritual enrichment and there's no chance that path are going to touch her. And she goes to school in a space where there is no little boy bullying her and telling her, say, boy, she look good and she did see her other last night and whatever it is. She can go to that school and feel good. Now when she goes to school, she and that little boy have a wonderful relationship. And then the girls, and then all of the boys and girls can play together. And then when she becomes a teenager, she can date and feel good. And he can date and feel good. And they can have a healthy relationship. And when they become adults, they can choose whether they get married, whether they have children, they can choose the life that they want. And that the girl can choose what kind of job she wants. She can choose whether she wants to be a housewife. She can choose whether she wants to be a teacher, a pilot. She can choose because that's the Jamaica that we want to create. So Elevator Summit is about beginning that conversation to support us to get there. But we can't get there by just dreaming about it. We have to get there accepting that there are challenges in our country, accepting that 30% of our women are known to have experienced sexual or physical abuse. And so therefore we have to support it. So what is today about? Today was about starting the conversation. But it has to start with the conversation. But it is about starting the process of becoming the change agents. We spoke about that. So today, everybody came here, some came with their stories, some came with their ideas, some came with their stories and ideas, some created ideas. And I'm asking you as you are living here today, John told us that we can become the protectors. How many of us would like to be a part of the group of protectors, to be the change agents who are going to take all of these solutions and make them into an implementable plan that we are going to publish in the newspaper, that we will be held accountable because we are going to report on it on a regular basis, and that we will then follow upon within 6 months again. So I'm asking today for those volunteers who want to be a part of that solution, who would like to be a part of working through how is it that we're going to help E4 Life to expand, how it is that we're going to help the DVIs to be expanded, how it is that we're going to advocate for National Health Fund to have PTSD as one of the issues that they are going to cover. How are we going to be a part of the solution? So the next step is to sign up to be a part of the solution, to volunteer, to give to all of those ladies in pink. Vicky, you and your team, get ready to take the names of those persons who want to choose. First of all, I have a group of ladies in pink. They all volunteered to start the conversation today, all by volunteers. And I want you to give them a round of applause because they are a part of the solution already. And now I want to expand that team. It might look like Friday nights over wine. Maybe not every Friday night because I'm also running a constituency, right? But might look like Friday nights over wine. In Westmoreland, some of them. In Hanover, some of them. In St. James, some of them. In Mandeville, some of them. It might look that way. And that will be part of the planning process. It will also look like How many of us are going to have the time to volunteer, as was suggested? I don't remember. It was somebody over this side. So can you give 2 hours of your time? Stephanie, 2 hours of your time as a volunteer. It might look like that. We don't know what the answer will look like. But I am asking you to take the step into the unknown. Because as I started today, I grew up in a family, and my brother put it well. We live in the solution and not in the problem. And today, I am asking you to join me in the solution. Create that dream in your head. Hold the dream, like how Delmarie held the vision of being a teacher in front of her. Let's hold the vision of Jamaica, a Jamaica where women and men see each other as equal and value each other and live together in a safe and loving environment. We can do this. It might be hard. It have a whole heap of moving parts, but we can do this. So I want to welcome you all and thank you for being a part of the conversation. Your contribution is creating the solutions. Your next step contribution will begin the implementation of those solutions. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Nadine. When Nadine feel better, then you're going to hear her loud voice. Thank you, Empress, for fantastic facilitation of this. And thank you to the wider team. Thank you, Yvonne, my assistant, who never gets thanked all the time. Right. And thank you, Wave Media, for your work. And all of the other whole heap of people. Empress know who they are.
Thank you, Lady Patricia. We have a lot of work to do. I want to thank all the teenagers for coming out. Haile Selassie High School. Yeah, you're going to be the change in your school, your community. Thank you again for all the participants, all the volunteers to come, and the conversation will continue. Remember to follow Elevate Her on Instagram and on YouTube. Again, Blacka and everybody that came out from far, rural, all the rural people who came out, put your hands up. Thank you. Travel safe. Manchester in the building. St. James in the building. Thank you so much. Suzanne, all the media advocates, thank you so much. All of the survivors who are here, thank you. We're going to ask you, please, to make your way over to get some lunch before you leave. We want to nourish you in mind and in body. So make sure that you make your way. And to the volunteers in pink, make your way to them. Stop where you registered and sign up as a volunteer so we can stay connected, okay? Again, I'm so honored to have been able to facilitate today, and we'll see you again on the advocacy train to end violence against our women and our girls. Thank you again to the Joan Duncan Foundation. Thank you to the media, the technical team. Thank you, Sagicor, E4Life, all the partners, LASCO, everybody, Wave Media that made it happen. Walk good, and remember to mentor one girl in your journey and on your journey, right, for a better Jamaica. Thank you so much.